let's get Stream Decker updated. Stream Decker. Wherefore art thou, Stream Decker? That one. And let's test Stream Decker. We're good. Alright, put some things in some columns while we wait for our first match to start. Let's see, so make U column C. Want you guys over here too. Column B. Column A. You guys can come over here. All of you can come over here. And yeah, what there? Close enough, right? Did I miscount my lands? Oh no. Come on. Oh well. Sebastian round one. Oh baby. So we could have Oops All Spells or Charbelcher. Either way, we're not winning with that hand. That looks like a shadowy hand. So we can keep this, push or put back the fatal push. If he's on Charbelcher, this hand's not bad. If he's on Oops All Spells, we might have some trouble game one. So, let's see. Hopefully just mulls like 4, 2, 1. Called the 4. Nice. This isn't all spells. I was deceived. Alright, so I'm going to hold up this Stubborn Owl here, try to get a, try to catch like an Ancient Stirrings or a Sylvan Scrying here. Is this against humans? This is not. This is against Tron. Or a really weird human start. One of the two. Alright. Let's Serum Visions. Battle Rage is good. Thoughtseize is good. I probably have to keep the Thoughtseize. Like, I wouldn't mind finding a third land here. But since he's stumbling on finding lands, I'm just going to kind of hit everything I can. Well, Karn. The Karnfecta. Alright. So I'm going to plan on lightning bolting myself. So at the very least, I can get down this Gurmag Angler. Best case scenario, I see another land and I get to get down both Gurmag and Shadow. There we go. So let's go 1, 2. I don't really want Thoughtseize. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, And you, say go. And now if we draw like a fetch land, he's dead. Snapcaster would be a good draw. Alright. So we win game one off a Moldifor from our opponents. We're testing out a 15 card singleton sideboard today. So this is going to be fun. Might not be good, but it's going to be fun. And isn't that all we really want out of Magic? To have a good time. Alright, so these are all cards I could see reasonably bringing in. I know some of my easy cuts to start off. And it's going to be a lot about like finding things out of our sideboard choices that are better than what we're cutting. Dispute's probably the worst on the draw. And yeah, let's go like this. Ugh. Don't think we want this. Alright. Now what are we bottoming? It's either the Ashiok. The second land would be the greedy bottom. Like, my first couple of turns are this at the moment. Like, turn 1 Inquisition, turn 2 Thought Scour into Gurmag. It's whether or not I think like this is a follow-up to Gurmag is worth it. And I don't think it is. I think I would rather find more action from this point on. Alright. Big bucks, no whammies. So he's got Tron, he's got a Karn. Really minor, but taking Star over Sphere there, because if he draws into or if he plays out Star and is able to draw into something, if we blow up the Star, I'd feel pretty bad. But if we blow up the Sphere, he doesn't get to draw off of it. So, all right, looking for Thoughtseize. We will take that. That means we get to soft stub this turn 3 Karn. And that's pretty nice for us. It might not win us the game, but it's a play that we can make. Unless he just drew into like Wurmcoil. Alright. Okay. If we're talking about ways we have a chance of winning this game, this is how it starts. So let's play out you. Get rid of Inquisition. Milled over Damping Sphere, which is unfortunate. Like, I would have preferred not to show him Damping Sphere. Even though it's only a 1 of. Like, it's still there. Yeah, I'm going to keep this Gurmag in the yard because I might want to, like, K-Command, blow up Wurmcoil, get back Gurmag Angler. What you got? Map. Fortunately, I have to let map resolve. Like, you can get a blast zone off of this, which is annoying, but I can K-command back the shadow. But what I can't do um, is just let him have free reign here. Alright, what does that mean for me? So I know he's got Karn. I can't Thoughtseize plus play K-command. I'm definitely attacking with the shadow because whether I attack or not, he can blow up blast zone. The question is, I think I'm supposed to shock in this Watery Grave and hold up K command plus Stubborn Denial and just say this Thoughtseize is dead. Like, alright, so I get to return a creature, destroy an artifact. Then I get to Stubborn Denial a Karn. Hopefully. Stubborn Denial. Alright. So let's see what he gets off Sanctum. Ballista, sure. So now we need to draw like an Inquisition or something. Snapcaster. Don't believe Snapcaster does it for us. We can snap Thought Scour. Try to draw into an Inquisition. I think that might be like the only chance we have of winning. Because we can't snap Stub knowing that he has the Walking Ballista. So kind of our out is snap Scour into an Inquisition and he doesn't have anything else. Alright. On to game 3. With our fantastic 15 card sideboard. 15 singleton sideboard. Alright. Is there anything we're changing up for game 3? Don't believe so. Nope. Let's do it. Well, I guess we could have put Mystical Dispute in over, like, the Royal Scions. That would have been fine. Alright. So, this is basically a Mold of 6 from the start. And the problem with this Mold of 6 is it doesn't let us play either of our threats out turn 2. Like the Scalding Tarn Thought Scour is 1 card short of Gurmag with these shock lands. So because I can't get a threat out turn 2, I think I'm going to ship it. This is better. This allows us to set up for our threats pretty well. Guy, thank you for the second month. Just pulling up the stream in case we get paired against each other so I can stream snipe as I do. I understand. I get it. I don't blame you. Alright. Let's get some stuff out of the way. Alright, so we've got our threat now. Both star Natron Star Sphere. Oof. Oof for the home team. Like, we don't have any way in our deck to actually disrupt Tron. I mean, I guess we could Thought Scour over a Tron land and draw into Surgical. But that's pretty narrow here. So instead, we're going to go with the hopefully kill them before it matters plan. Let's leave Stubborn Denial. Say go. Paul Gifted, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. How are we doing so far? We are match 1, game 3 against Tron. So if that means right where we want to be, then we're right where we want to be. Alright, so I'm going to opt first because depending on whether I draw like a Stubborn Denial or something, I may not want to cast this Thoughtseize. Like I may want to cast Shadow, hold up Stubborn Denial. But seeing as how that's not the case, alright. So let's just get the Wurmcoil, play out the Shadow, say go. Alright. I don't know why they would crack the Tron land first. Is this just lethal? I think this is just lethal. 18 trample, 23. Yeah, this is lethal. Like, I don't mean. Yeah, this is actually. So this would be not lethal if they block the Thrag or the Gurmag Angler, but we do have to. Yep. So we've got perfect information on their hand at the moment. Obviously, depending on what they draw into, that could change. This is a Karn. God. Battle Rage. No justice. Alright. So we have to attack at Karn, unfortunately. Do we have to attack at Karn? Yeah. Yeah, he took the Angler because he's got the Blast Zone in hand. It's like he just needed to survive a turn with the Karn. was going to say, so the out is in forgetting to crack Blast Zone. But I don't see that happening. So, pretty dead here. We've got to run, like, Snapcaster into K Command or something like that. We can, like, flash in and end to turn Snapcaster, opt or something. Hit for 2. Well, halfway there. Here's a Snapcaster. Target whatever. Boo. Boo. Alright. Alright. I don't think there was anything. We had to take the Wormcoil over the Thragtusk. They could have cast the Wormcoil that turn, even if we took the Thragtusk. Yeah. It was a rough series of draws, but it happens. So let's think. Their opening hand had Natron, Star Sphere, Thragtusk, Wormcoil. We Inquisitioned the Star. Turn 2 Gurmag Angler. Like, if we could have predicted we were going to draw another fetch land off the top, then Shadow would have been better on turn 2. Because we could have gotten an attack in for 7 on turn 3. But we didn't know that we were going to draw a fetch land. So the Gurmag Angler was the higher power play based on known information. So it was, if we had known we were going to draw the fetch land, the Shadow would have won us the game on turn 2 instead of the Gurmag Angler. But I don't think we can play around or play with the intent of drawing into a specific card when we know if we play out the Shadow as is, based on the information we have available, it's a 5-turn clock where Gurmag Angler is 4. So, yeah, I think it was still correct to play out the Gurmag Angler. Opponent did make the very wise block of blocking our Gurmag Angler instead of our Shadow with the Thragtusk. We couldn't play around that, because if we're swinging with just the Shadow, we're not presenting lethal. So if he decides not to block, then we don't have any way of stopping what he's doing. We know he has the blast zone. So Shadow's definitely not going the distance. So we had to make the attack with both to present lethal, because there's always the chance that he just didn't block, and we got to battle rage the Shadow for the win. Let's see. Yeah, Pedro, the Tron matchup got significantly worse with the printing of Blast Zone. Like, that card is a nightmare to deal with. Oh, a Wrath effect that we can't Stubborn Denial and we can't really interact with profitably. Um, I mean, we still do have game against Tron. Like, my win rate against Tron, I need to update. So this was Grixis, Urzatron. So 50%. This isn't updated. We've got a few more wins against Tron. And then like 4-color against Tron is pretty solid. But can't do too much against everything. Let's see. Raymo loaded stream, saw Shadow Angler TBR in hand, internet froze up the stream, came back and all your dudes were gone and Karn was hanging out. Yeah, like we were in an okay spot, but we knew that they had Natural Tron with double payoffs from the Inquisition turn 1. So I knew I wasn't going to be able to keep both of their threats off the board. And unfortunately, either one would have kept them out of lethal. They had Wormcoil and Thragtusk, and either one kept us from having lethal on them. If we had drawn like a Street Wraith that last turn, we would have killed them. But it happens. But yeah, they have gotten some pretty nice tools. We could always play more things like Ceremonious Rejection to try to improve the matchup in our favor. Uh, but I'm not really a fan of Ceremonious Rejection as a card, so I try to stay away from it. Haven't even seen who all's in the event. Let's see. An Actual Potato, one of my favorite names I always see. Doomwake, Michael Jacobs, Ice 9. Ice 9's in every event, I swear. Canister. Norath Decay. Phil Hellmuth. Just kind of running through people that I recognize. Sam Caster Mage, Sebastian we just played, Shock Troopa, Mono Blue Tron Specialist, Sodek, Soulstrong, TSP Gendrick we played in the last challenge, Wombo Combo, X-Whale, Yamakiller, guys in here, the Yugi Moto. Ooh. Let's see. Speaking of Shadow, I sold my Blue-Red Prowess valuable cards and upgraded my Humans deck. I'm like 7-2 in the practice room. How is that speaking of Shadow? That's speaking anti-Shadow. Let's see. Played Jund Shadow the other night in paper for the first time. Cleansing Wildfire, 3 copies out of the board. Helped the Tron matchup, delaying them long enough to kill with Goyf and Shadow. Yeah, like Cleansing Wildfire is certainly good in like the Tron matchup, but I really don't think it's relevant like anywhere else. And that's kind of the issue. Like it's great at shutting off Tron before turn 3, but there's almost no other decks that it's actively good against. And that's kind of the downside of it. You are on the dark side indeed. For shame. For shame. Paul Gifted, yeah, it's bad versus the Titan decks and Omnath, right. Like, you're not setting them back at all. Because obviously the hope is that they're going to play out something like Field of the Dead early, and you get to Cleansing Wildfire it, and just trade off Field of the Dead for another land, and that's great. But if they don't draw the Field of the Dead and they just like Uro into it or Hour of Promise into it or something like that, then Wildfire is like completely useless in your hand. I have two Tron opponents and an old school Titan Shift opponent who still runs out the all four valve plan. Yeah, if Tron is big in like your meta or you're expecting a lot of Tron, absolutely run the Wildfire. It is great against dupes. Just take out a spell, draw a card. I get so pissed off by watching you play Shadow. Dang, that hurt. Reminds me of the time I sold out. You're like the soul resistant. I get what you mean. Just like watching some rough draws or rough beats here and there. And I mean, that happens. Like, I don't really get upset about those things. I just wish we had paper events so things were a little more uh, decisive. Like, I 100% believe something is going to get banned out of the Omnath Uro decks. I don't know what, but something. And I'm pretty positive that it hasn't happened yet because the deck isn't putting up like consistent wins every week. But I think that it's not putting up consistent wins because people can't afford to play it online. That's my thought process. So I think if there were more paper events, that deck would be far more prevalent and would warrant a banning. Red black propped up, then all of our predators came out to play, right? It's like if we take a look at the modern meta game, we can see like Rakdos Shadow is falling pretty quickly. Used to be up to like 9% or something, and it's dropping down because you've got these decks kind of taking over um, a lot of these other decks that they can't really fight on the rise. So you kind of want to be geared towards these things going into any major event. But unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that you want to be using to gear towards these isn't great against like down here. So let's see. Yeah, in paper, people just literally play the best decks, right? You see Omnath everywhere. And like when you think about the Magic Online metagame, if let's say I want to go play a four-color Omnath deck this weekend, I go to Mana Traders. I can get the highest tier subscription, pay $100 to rent 1,000 tickets or whatever, uh, and I still can't rent the entire deck. I have to pay like another 100, 200 to get the deck finished, and then like $30 on top of that to enter the event if I don't have play points or something. Um, Whereas if I'm in paper, I could have the deck together tonight. Not because I have all the pieces, but I know people who do and would be okay with like letting me borrow cards for an event. So it's way easier to get the deck together in paper than it is online. Let's see. Yeah, Taxes did get Skyclave Apparition, which was rough. Um, let's see. I was thinking about buying it back, but back then it was like 300 plus tickets. We're talking about buying Shadow back. Is that what the price I was showing was? Yeah, 223. Most of these are between like 250, 350 tickets, somewhere around there. Occasionally you'll have these outliers. Like, where'd you go to? That one. 376. Probably like surgicals or something. Yeah. Surgicals, collective brutalities. Let's see. Waiting on for box topper seasons for about 3 months. Those box topper seasons are pretty nice. Darth Tiwu, would Alpine Moon be good against Europal and Tron? Um, yeah, it would be all right. So like Alpine Moon is nice for taking or for stopping Tron. The only issue there is it runs into the damping sphere effect of Tron is so slanted towards aggressively boarding in things like Wilt nowadays, Nature's Claim, something like that, especially Wilt, since they can cycle it if it's dead. So they're so slanted towards pre-boarding answers, even if they don't see what's stopping them. So if you're putting something like that on the battlefield, you do have to accept that there is an inherent risk to doing so. Um, it might not be that high of a risk. Like if your opponent just uses a Wilt out of hand to get rid of your Alpine Moon, that's probably fine. Let's see. Lucky for me, my LGS is doing paper events. White Eyebrow, yeah, mine's doing some. They're kind of starting to get back in the swing. Let's see. Pedro dude sent the cards but got the wrong address. Oh, the box topper Thoughtseize dude. You need to get those addresses corrected. Wagner, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday afternoon or evening. What do you say? It was like 8 hours ahead there. It's like 6:30 ish. So evening. But yeah, Darth 2 Tiwu. Uh, I don't mind the Alpine Moon idea. Like you can play it out proactively against things like Field of the Dead. Um, but again, there's just a couple things to keep in mind in those matchups, like against against the Eldrazi decks, or not the Eldrazi decks, the Tron decks. You're giving a target for Wilt that they might not otherwise have a target for. Against the 4-color Omnath Uro decks, you're giving a target for like Teferi, but Teferi kind of wrecks this if it resolves anyway, so that's probably an acceptable trade-off. Um, I wouldn't bring it in against Eldrazi Tron unless you just wanted to shut down Blast Zone, in which case it's probably fine. I almost put in a Pithing Needle before I started this event. I think that would have been pretty good. Uh, Blast Zone can't defeat Alpine Moon if you name Blast Zone exactly. But if you name a Tron land and they Blast Zone, then yes, you're correct. It just depends on what you're okay losing to. Yeah, it's definitely not the worst. I need to go pick up a Pithing Needle while I'm thinking about that. I played Pithing Needle on my sideboard for a couple of opens and really liked it actually. You can get a disturbing amount of utility out of the card. Like, oh, I'm gonna Pithing Needle your can't remember if I opened the right trade binder. gonna Pithing Needle your Aether Vial. I'm gonna Pithing Needle your Blast Zone, Karn, whatever. Do you have the right Pithing Needle? You do. 0.24 ticks. Let's pick up a couple of those bad boys. Oh, I hadn't even seen that one. Secret Lair Pithing Needle, that's sweet. How much are you? 0.42. Alright, chat, what's the call? Secret Lair Pithing Needle or OG Kamigawa Pithing Needle? What do we think? They're both pretty sweet. Pedro says Secret Lair, like the Secret Lair Serum Visions. We got a vote for Secret Lair and a vote for OG. Got 2 votes for Secret Lair. Are we just gonna get 2 votes for OG? Oh man. 3 votes for OG. Y'all are keeping it close. Do we want to just compromise and say one of each? I'm okay with that. We can like test with the Secret Lair one because it looks sweet and play the Kamigawa in actual events. But let's talk about the utility of Pithing Needle. Or Pithing Needle and Alpine Moon. Like, let's see how relevant these cards would be. Worst option is compromise. That could be the worst option. The worst option would just be not buy a Pithing Needle. Alright, so Alpine Moon against the Urodex. We know that we can name Blast Zone. But if they're not running Blast Zone, Field of the Dead, Field of Ruin. If we Inquisition on turn 1 and see 4 copies of Misty and nothing else, maybe we name Misty. Wrenn and 6 is a target, but more than likely Field of the Dead. I'd say in like 90% of scenarios. Answers for it. EE can answer it. Aether Gust can bounce it, but if we're playing Grixis, then we're not scared of Aether Gust. So EE is pretty much the only, or Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy, sure. But if they're using one of these on an Alpine Moon instead of like a Shadow, I think we're okay with that. So humans, obviously not Alpine Moon, but Pithing Needle, can hit Vial, can hit Horizon Canopy, Kudro, but you like never really see them activate Kudro. But Vial would be kind of the big one there. Probably not worth it bringing, or not worth bringing it in just for Vial. Let's see. Blue, white. I guess this is Bant. What's this, Bant Stoneblade? Yeah. So I wouldn't really plan around this because the Bant Stoneblade decks have kind of like fallen off the face of the earth. But I would think about these Wildfire decks with like Flagstones. So let's see. You could name Flagstones with Alpine Moon and just shut off their ability to ramp themselves. It's not the greatest, but it's not terrible. Other than that, Mystic Sanctuary you could name. That might be okay. Pithing Needle hits all the planeswalkers. Pithing Needle only affects permanents, right? Like it doesn't affect activated abilities of sources. Does that mean you can Pithing Needle an activated ability out of hand? I don't think that's ever come up for me before, so. Pithing Needle affects cards regardless of what zone they're in. This includes cards in hands. Did not know that. Played the card for 12 years. Didn't know that that was the case. Nice. For example, a player can't cycle Eternal Dragon, so you could Pithing Needle name Shark Typhoon and shut off the ability to cycle them from hand. That's funny. Important line of text here for anybody that's ever heard the Pithing Needle story. The dude in Legacy that asked the judge if he could name Dark Confidant with Pithing Needle. Judge is like, yeah. So he played a Pithing Needle while his opponent had a Dark Confidant on board. And like asked it in front of the opponent, like, can I name Dark Confidant? Judge is like, yeah. And plays out Pithing Needle, and his opponent lets it resolve, and he names Polluted Delta, and his opponent's got like 3 deltas on board. Let's see. Yep. All right. The rest of this stuff's pretty straightforward. But Pithing Needle can hit all the planeswalkers. It feels really bad to hit a Teferi with a Pithing Needle. Like, honestly, the bounce is annoying, but it's the static ability that wrecks you the most. Just not being able to interact with anything they're doing. Ugh. Rough. So, what's the next one? Toolbox decks. So, this is another Field of the Dead deck we can name with Alpine Moon. Blast Zone's also an option. Castle Garenbrig if you want to stop a quick Titan. Foresight, how's it going? Let's see. Pithing Needle. When did they start playing Prismatic Omen? Nice. Pithing Needle could stop Elvish Reclaimer. Elvish Reclaimer. That's it. I guess Elvish Reclaimer, Blast Zone. Is it worth it for those? Could be. Alpine Moon could stop Castle Garenbrig, but Pithing Needle can't since it is a mana ability. Yeah. Can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So you could stop like their ability to interact with you by stopping Blast Zone or stop one of their primary win conditions with Field of the Dead. But like if you had both Pithing Needle and Alpine Moon, I'd probably like Alpine Moon naming Field of the Dead and Pithing Needle naming Blast Zone and try to go from there. What's next? The Shadow deck. Don't think you're bringing in either Pithing Needle or Blast Zone in this matchup. Yeah, not worth it there. Amulet, probably the same as the Titanfield decks, like Alpine Moon naming Field of the Dead. Could theoretically name a bounce land if you wanted to. Pithing Needle I don't think has any real targets. Uro, if they're playing that, can't escape it. Or I guess they can escape it. Escape's not an activated ability, it's an alternate cost. So yeah, they can still Uro. So don't bring in Pithing Needle against Amulet Titan. Got it. EE out of the board would be a good one. That's fair. Usually on multiple EEs. Can name Tireless Tracker. Or no, you'd have to name Clue. Can you name Clue? Is it non-token? It is not. So you can name Clue. They can't sack their clues. It's probably a little narrow, but it's nice to at least see that the ideas exist. Saheeli. You've got a lot of Pithing Needle targets here. And not a lot of Alpine Moon targets. So Pithing Needle, great. Alpine Moon, eh. Heliod. Pithing Needle name Ballista. Shuts off that combo. I mean, they could still just make a really, really big Ballista, but... Let's see. Pithing Needle naming Heliod. You've got a lot of Pithing Needle targets, but it really just depends on the board. Like, Pithing Needle naming Spike Feeder, Heliod, Duskwatch Recruiter, Walking Ballistic, Giver of Runes, all could be valid targets. And you just gotta play it based off what they have out. I don't think you can really proactively play Pithing Needle in that matchup, or this matchup. Alpine Moon doesn't really do anything here. Oops, all spells. This is one I'm kind of interested in. So you could Pithing Needle naming Salvage Titan. And that would stop them from getting back Vengevines. But you would still deal with like 4 creeping chills hitting you in the face. But if you have a hand of just like 2 fetches, Pithing Needle, Double Shadow or something, and you just get to go Fetch Shock, Pithing Needle, they flip their deck, Creeping Chill you 4 times, and you untap and play like Shadow, then you probably feel pretty good. Obviously, Alpine Moon here, not where you want to be, so we can skip that one. But Pithing Needle beats Undercity Informer, Charbelcher out of the board. You could Pithing Needle naming Memory's Journey. Salvage Titan, Phantasmagorian. I'd probably name Salvage Titan way before Phantasmagorian, but it is an option. You could name Mana Rock. Played Oops All Spells round 1 of the challenge. It can be a rough one. Tron, both of them shine pretty well. Pithing Needle on like Karn the Great Creator, Karn Liberated, Blast Zone. Any of those are effective, and then Alpine Moon on like Blast Zone or any Tron land just stops that in its tracks. Lost in Game 3 after circling Undercity, and the other rogue lost to top deck Creeping Chill. That's rough. That's not how you want to lose that matchup. Jund is a matchup where surprisingly Pithing Needle has a lot of utility. Um, this is a little more aggressively slanted Jund list. But typically, you don't care about Wrenn and 6 too much, but like Liliana the Veil, um, Hex Drinker if they're running it, Scavenging Ooze, all those things. Raging Ravine you can hit. Peatland if they get like a Wrenn and 6 Peatland going. Just a bunch of options you can take a look at. But primarily, like Liliana the Veil getting named is really good. But you do open yourself up to like K Command getting to 2-for-1 it, so take it with a grain of salt. Unravel the Aether. Nice. How much time do we have left? Theoretically, none. Let's see. So, minute and 40 seconds before our next round starts. Maybe we get matched against Tron again and we get to take our revenge. I guess I can update the record. Oh. But for those wondering, I'm not taking today too seriously. This is more testing for tomorrow. There's a modern, what is it? The Zendikar Rising like championship qualifier tomorrow, and I kind of want to get my list a little more nailed down for that, which is why we're testing out 15 one-up sideboard cards today. Reflex, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming around and hanging out with us a bit today. Alright, what are we hoping for? Like, I guess the thought is if more people are going to things like Tron, or not Tron, Humans, the Euro decks, a lot of these big go bigger decks, then Tron just kind of gets to free roll because it's the go biggest deck. So maybe we should expect more Tron tomorrow. So Antoine 57437 deciding if they want to play first. Oh, if you were a watery grave instead of a blood crypt. But you are not a watery grave instead of a blood crypt. So I think I have to ship. This is pretty good. Let's bottom the Snapcaster. Pedro, good luck, good luck. Appreciate it. We will probably need it. Overgrown Tomb Aether Vial. What on earth does Overgrown Tomb Aether Vial tell me? Gonna take the kids for a walk, play some football while there's sun. Great choice. Sounds like you will have a blast with that. Gotta bottom the Kling, and I think I'm gonna top this Blood Crypt. Am I gonna top the Blood Crypt? Nah, never mind. I'd rather find a fetch land. It's on Abzan Ephemerate, I think. That would make sense with the Aether Vial. That sounds like a terrible matchup for us. No. No. Betrayed. So let's start by Thought Scouring. Here, I just want to find lands. Like, drawing more cantrips doesn't help me get my threats out onto the board. I'm always impressed when people come up with decks like this and like stick to it. Alright, Street Wraith is good. Street Wraith into Scalding Tarn is better. Crap, now I'm playing against Boggles round 2. Yeah, you are having a rough day, aren't you? Alright, let's keep the Battle Rage. Let's see. Here's a Gurmag. Go ahead. What Wiltron? What build are you playing? Oh, that's not nice. It's not nice at all. Luckily, we have got threats for days. Do you want to trade off your board for this? You do. Deal. Let's see who has the last man standing. Yeah, I'm going to keep the Battle Rage in the yard again. Playing Grixis, split between Opt and Kling main board. Yeah, so you're just going to want to kind of stay passive for the first few turns. Like, you can get aggressive, but if your opponent just top decks like a Spirit Mantle, then all of that aggression could just go to waste very easily. So you got to be careful of that. Alright, so I don't know. I'm assuming my opponent is playing like Flicker Wisp. So I don't really want to fire off this Fatal Push into the open vial. So I'm going to attack first, see if they activate Vial, and then make a decision. Ewit. Getting back Charming Prince. So I think with this on the stack, I'll Fatal Push this Tidehollow Sculler. Get my Snapcaster back. And yeah, you've got a Charming Prince. They've got some spicy new tech and Skyclave Pickaxe with mainboard Distortion Strike. I have no idea what Skyclave Pickaxe is, but I'm terrified at the sound of it. Ah, well, this makes sense. So I get back Ewit, get back Wasteland Strangler, and then probably like Wasteland Strangle me on my or on their end step, sure. Alright. Few too many stubborn denials, if I do say so myself. So making this attack because if my opponent triple blocks, um, or however they block, I still get to just play out another Gurmag Angler. Because that's all my hand is Gurmag Anglers. Alright. Oh, they're probably gonna like e-witness me out of this game. Alright, I think we've got a card, Skyclave, Pickaxe. Skyclave Pickaxe. Enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. Landfall whenever land enters the battlefield under your control. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Well, shows what I know about Modern. I did not see that one coming. Skyclave Pickaxe indeed. So sorry we doubted you. That's some spice indeed. Turn 1 Bogle, turn 2 Axe with a fetch land and Distortion Strike. What the hell? Oh man. Oh man. I know the feeling. My opponent's over here with Wasteland Stranglers. Yeah, I'm okay taking this. I was gonna say I could snap in or flash in Snapcaster, target push, try to block this. Um, but ultimately I don't think it's worth it. This looks like it could be Restoration Angel, something like that. So let's attack first. Collected Company. No, thank you. I was not expecting Collected Company out of this. Like, Pony, you've got to limit yourself to what all you're allowed to play in this match. So they do have the Skyclave apparition, which, unfortunately, not the most useful of tools against Gurmag Angler. Alright, so I'm going to take the second apparition since I have this second Stubborn Denial for another company. And it means that there's a chance that my Snapcaster might get like a free block. If somehow I win this game, I for one am going to be shocked. Come on, Battle Rage off the top. If my opponent has a Dryad Arbor here, alright, I was going to cry. I was 100% going to cry. Alright, I don't think I'm playing out this Snapcaster. This kind of insulates me against another Collected Company off the top. Or like a Path to Exile or something like that. Wall is fine. It's like they still have to answer my dudes. And if they just mess up and like play a land here, then I get to run them over. Alright. Um, are we snap thought seizing? Are we push snap pushing? Like, my concern here is I don't want to go for like fatal push on Charming Prince or something, and my opponent just vials in um, like Flicker Wisp or something that gets them free value. Because right now they're just on double abyss mode until the end of the game. So I just kind of want to force them to deal with my things. I don't want to give them free value that they wouldn't otherwise have, if that makes sense. Opponent don't play around company, not play wall from vial. Yeah, so what Paul is saying is they could have vialed in the wall there. Ha 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 ha. We are the masters of value. Alright, so Spellbomb and Soul Guide seem okay. Just because I'm putting stuff into the deck doesn't mean it's necessarily staying there. I just want to take a look at the options that I have available. Did I see any fetch lands? Yeah, I did see fetch lands out of them. Like Ashiok could potentially hit fetch lands and like nuke the yard. Yeah, Arsonist, we're playing a 15 singleton sideboard. Duh. How'd you not know this? God, like I don't even want to board out Stub because of Collected Company. Not that I think it's necessarily the scariest card in the world. I got to think about my role in this matchup. Like, am I the control deck? I don't know if my late game like competes with their late game. All right, what did we see? Scourge of the Skyclaves, Charming Prince, Wall of Omens, Wall of Blossoms, Wasteland Strangler. So we can assume like Ephemerate. I would think Restoration Angel. I'm trying to think like if we can compete in the late game. Rhino. Ugh. Ugh. Don't say that to me. Alright. So if we're playing the control route, I don't want to board too heavily into things that get wrecked by like Skyclave Apparition. Sorcery speed removal doesn't seem great. Probably just board out all of the stubs. And my last spot is... I don't even think we saw anything that died to Plague Engineer. No. Did not let me... I had like 15 seconds left. What the heck, Moto? Tell me I'm not the only one that saw that I had like 15, 20 seconds left. High quality Moto programming. Alright, we're just going to take everything you know and hold dear. When I say everything, I mean everything. Giver of Runes, take it. Get out of here. All I want to say is you see how this opponent played out Vile on turn 1 instead of Giver of Runes? Conspiracy confirmed. Alright. Let's see. Guy, how's this one looking? We're currently up a game, so take that as you will. How bad do I want to just take this Skyclave Apparition? Like, I've got Stubborn Denial for the Ephemerate. Wouldn't mind just getting another dude off the board. Yeah. Makes it better if I draw like a shadow in the next couple of turns. Being up a game versus Skyclave Tribal is a good place. Agreed completely. So they played out Windswept Heath, so we know about Ephemerate, and that's it. So let's relieve them of this Ephemerate. No. We want to Gurmag Angler first, because if we Thoughtseize and they Vile something in, and then go to like Ephemerate it afterwards, we want to be able to interact. Ha 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 ha. No. Go away. Let's see. So I'm going into game 3 against Bogles. I don't know if they're actually playing white. I've seen Bogles, Invisible Stalker, Petty Theft. Oh man. Yeah, you're playing like blue-green, unblockable, hex-proof landfall shenanigans. I don't know what to tell you on that one. Alright. So Ephemerate can only blink things that he controls. So I'm going to crash in with this Gurmag Angler, Battle Rage it now, because if my opponent draws a land and I draw a land, then I just have Snap Battle Rage next turn. And since I know he drew dead that last turn, I just want to go ahead and get the Battle Rage value in. Because if I wait and he's able to like flash in a blocker, then things get a little dicey. K-Command's pretty good. Might be able to just set up like a flash in Snapcaster, attack, have a lethal K-Command to burn them out. He's playing Bant Weird Boggles. I know it's a thing. Ha 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 ha. Get out of here, Abzan Blink. You are the far less intimidating of the Blink opponents. Alright, what have I missed? They only draw Daybreak Coronet when it's the one card you lose to, only ever then. Accurate. Unblockable Tribal. Yeah. I feel like there's a... Wasn't there some merfolk from Ixalan that was like hexproof and unblockable? Probably playing Curious Obsession. No, it wasn't hexproof unblockable. It was the 1-mana 1/1 that was unblockable. I can't remember the name. Yeah. Well, there was one from Amonkhet that was a 1-mana 1/1 that was unblockable. And there was one from Ixalan that was like 3 mana that was unblockable. Let's see. We're going to have to do a Merfolk search. MTG Merfolk. Search Merfolk. Yeah, I remember Slitherblade. Don't care about the name. I care about the subtype. Nope. Go back. Nope. 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 Does that just research? I don't think it does. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Nope, nope, nope. Not you. This is what we're doing with our day. We're learning about merfolk. The dogfish, and Nikachu would be proud. Let's see. Tax Mills, not that one. I remember Marrow Commerce in Lorwyn Limited. Great with your Silvergill Dowser, and there's another one. We'll get to him eventually. Marrow Levitator, nope. Surgery, nope. Alright, where's this? Where's this merfolk? Is this one? Yeah, Mistcloaked Herald. Can't be blocked. Is reprinted in Rivals of Ixalan. So, but was there a hexproof unblockable one? I know there was like the enchantment that made a 1/1 hexproof merfolk. Kind of like glancing at. Alright, can't be blocked by dinosaurs. We're getting closer. There is River Sneak. Can't be blocked. Gets bigger when another merfolk enters. Closer. I know there was like the 4 mana green one that had hexproof and like put a 1/1 counter on another or on a merfolk. Merfolk was like one of my favorite archetypes to draft in Ixalan. Just green blue merfolk. There were a ton of really good ones. Seafloor Oracle was really good in that archetype if you were lucky enough to open one. Shaper Apprentice was really good. Shapers of Nature was really good. Start mana sinking late game, buff all your merfolk. Silvergill Adept, always. Storm Sculptor. Alright, this might have been the one or one of the ones I was thinking of. Like just bounce a dude unblockable, but I feel like there's another one I'm forgetting. Swift Warden was great. So many merfolk. Tempest Caller, nope. You forget how many merfolk there have been in the history of Magic the Gathering. Spoiler, a lot of them. At least like 7, 8 merfolk ever printed. Maybe more, I don't know, I'm not a mathematician. Not a math magician. Let's see. Alright, so there's... Oh no, we already saw Mistcloak Herald. We're looking for Slitherblade. Plus any other merfolk we see along the line that were printed recently. There's our Can't Be Blocked by a River Herald's Boon was so fun. You blow people out with that card. There's a good friend. River Sneak, River Rise Augur. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Gotta get out of here before one of our friends of the channel that plays more Merfolk gets too excited over this. I already went through like most of these, right? Summon the School. Great limited card. I think it just like refreshed my search in the middle of that. Did I pass? I did pass over Slitherblade. How did I pass over Slitherblade? There were a few that I didn't see. Maybe I just like missed. Like Jadelight Ranger should have been on there. What was the other one? The 2-mana Jadelight. 2/1 entered explore. Oh, what was that card? Don't make me go search this too. Gonna feel so bad. Jadelight Ranger and Merfolk Branchwalker. That's one. These were like my favorite cards to cast in that standard. Cheery Pants, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming and hanging out with us for a bit today. I want to play Modern with like some Jadelights. Just like such a sweet value card. Not that I think it would be good in Modern, but yeah, J-Pod Branchwalker, Merfolk Branchwalker. The branchiest of walkers. Could have sworn I had one of those sitting around somewhere. Apparently not. Ooh. In case everybody or anybody's ever wondered how much I like fairies in Modern. Got play sets of all the like showcase fairies from Eldraine. They're super sweet. Unfortunately, not a lot of showcase Death Shadow stuff printed in Eldraine. Big design oversight, Wizards. Big design oversight. Alright. Do I have Alpine Moons? Take care of all this magic housekeeping while we wait for the next round to start. We have one Alpine Moon. Let's get another Alpine Moon. Usually when in doubt, I say like, have 2 copies. Unless they're like a penny a piece, then just pick up a playset. They are 9 pennies a piece. Alright, talk me into it. Internet crapped out for a second there. Yeah, that, what was it, Abzan Blink opponent, we just kind of like kept thought seizing and inquisitioning away all of their threats, and Gurmag Angler got to do Gurmag things. They drew double Skyclave Apparition, and Gurmag Angler was just like, heh, cool. You got it, fam. They did, if we didn't have a Gurmag Angler, they probably would have messed this up pretty hard that game. Because double Skyclave Apparition with an Ephemerate, so they could just like Violent and Apparition, target like our Shadow, Ephemerate with the target on the stack, Skyclave leaves. The leave the battlefield trigger goes on the stack and resolves. We don't get a token because nothing was exiled with Skyclave Apparition. And then the enter the battlefield ability resolves and just gets rid of our Death Shadow. And that's not very nice. And then we can't play out a threat on our next turn because they just get to rebound Ephemerate. So yeah, could have gone pretty badly. But Gurmag Angler's a pretty good Magic card. That's one of the primary reasons for playing Grixis over 4-color at the moment, is Gurmag Angler just dodging things like Fatal Push, Abrupt Decay, Skyclave Apparition. All right, so I want to know chat's opinion for anybody that was here match 1 against Tron. And I'll explain the scenario for anybody who wasn't here. I want to see if we're on the same page or not. We're at 11 life. We've got a Death Shadow and a Gurmag Angler in hand. We have Inquisitioned our opponent on turn 1. This is turn 2. We've Inquisitioned our opponent, and we've seen they've got Natural Tron, Tower Mine Power Plant in hand. They've got a Wormcoil Engine and a Thragtusk. And then they've got one of their Tron lands in a Chromatic Sphere out on the battlefield. We can either Thought Scour ourselves and play out Gurmag Angler, or we can Thoughtseize our opponent and play out Death Shadow, or we can Thought Scour, play out Shadow, one of those. We do not have a third land in hand. So we've got 2 lands out on the battlefield. We're at 11 life. I decided to Thought Scour myself and play out Gurmag Angler, because at that time I didn't have a third land in hand, had no way to reduce my life total below the 9 that we would go down to off of the Thoughtseize. So Gurmag Angler was the bigger threat. Thought Scour drew us into, I want to say Stubborn Denial, something that didn't lower our life total. Yeah, something that didn't lower our life total. And it wasn't like a hand disruption spell. And yeah. So they topped the card. I think you're right with the Angler. We didn't know we were drawing a fetch land, so Angler is more guaranteed damage. Yeah, so what Guy is saying is we ended up drawing a fetch land on turn 3, which means that we attacked for 5 with a Gurmag Angler, but if we had played a Shadow, we would have been attacking for 7. And ironically enough, the next draw off the top was a Battle Rage, and if we had played the Death Shadow instead of the Gurmag Angler, then we would have won. We would have had exactly lethal. But because we played the Gurmag Angler, we ended up being 2 points short on our Battle Rage, or 4 points short on our Battle Rage, which would have been the 2 from the Shadow the previous turn, plus the 2 more that next turn from Battle Raging our Shadow instead of Gurmag Angler. So we would have had them lethal, but we didn't know that we were drawing the fetch land off the top. But I want to see chat's opinion. I believe Thoughtseize play Shadow just because I believe in that situation you're already kind of against the wall, so sometimes you have to play for the highest possible outcome. Fair. Aotech, I would Thoughtseize, taking Wormcoil. So I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick while chat's giving their opinions. Here's the list for people to look at. And then, Guy, I'm gonna get to your question about Lightning Bolt and Jund Shadow as soon as I get back. But just think about that Gurmag Angler versus Shadow line. Tell me what you think. Alright. Water refilled as well. Let's see what I missed. Looks like a bunch of good conversation. Let's see. Thoughtseize, take Wormcoil and play Shadow. What you just said exactly what I'm referring. Maybe 1 in a million, but I think you got to play to it, because, like, what else would you be hoping for? It's hard not to Thoughtseize when you know they have Wormcoil. So, like, the argument for not Thoughtseizing on turn 2 was I can get down a guaranteed threat, like the Gurmag Angler, and Thoughtseize on turn 3, which gives me another turn to draw, like, Stubborn Denial or another Thoughtseize or something that might influence my decision. Let's see, it's kind of a question of whether we play with what we have to or cards we have to draw. I don't think they were able to play out the Wormcoil the following turn, so we still had the following turn to take the Wormcoil. Right. They couldn't play the Wormcoil on turn 2, so we had the turn to, like, play out our threat um, and then wait. Like, I like the decision of not casting the Thoughtseize on turn 2 because it gives our opponent another turn to draw something more impactful or something that we need to know about. And it helps inform that Thoughtseize decision a little bit more. See, I just don't like playing in a way where you're hoping to draw something to make a risky line good when you have a way to possibly get across the line for sure. See, true, maybe Shadow Thoughtscour is best then because they're not playing a threat that turn. You have a turn for time still, so you're kind of playing both sides in, highest upside and hoping for a good draw. So, like, I guess I would say that the upside of playing out Shadow on turn 2 is drawing Street Wraith or Fetch Land. Either of those make it better than Gurmag Angler, but or Thoughtseize. Yeah. Thoughtseize, Street Wraith, Fetch Land all make Shadow better than Gurmag Angler that turn. Anything else, Gurmag Angler is more damage with known information. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. And then Guy's question, if you don't mind talking a little theory, what's your opinion on Bolt and Jund Shadow? I know your thoughts on Shadow without blue, but I was thinking about trying out some bolts. So I think at the moment, Lightning Bolt is in a vacuum not great. And I will go over why I believe that is. So it's bad against the Uro decks. It's okay to good against humans. Bad against Control. Bad against the Eladamri decks. Bad against Rakdos Shadow. It can stop the Saheeli combo. Bad against Amulet Titan. Good against Heliod. Okay against the Prowess decks. Usually when I say okay, I mean, like, worse than Push. It's like Push is always going to be better against the Prowess decks because we're primarily black, as well as it killing things regardless of how big they get. It's better than Push against Oops All Spells, but it's still not good. Possibly better than Push against Spirits. Like, they've got the Lord effects, but they do have a lot of 3-mana creatures that you have to have Revolt to kill, and then, like, better than Push against Tron, but neither one is good. Right, if you're expecting a lot of creature decks, then I could certainly see, like, adding the extra removal spell or two as a couple Bolt, and I would rather run Bolt than something like Seal of Fire or Tarfire. So if you're looking for those extra couple of pieces to kind of get you through those matchups, then I think Lightning Bolt's perfectly reasonable. If you're playing like Scourge of the Skyclaves, it gets a lot better. Like, let's see. Brushfire Elemental. Oh man. That's pretty funny. So yeah, like Scourge of the Skyclaves pairs pretty well with Lightning Bolt, but I hate the idea of just turn 1, fetch, shock, Lightning Bolt your opponent. Turn 2, Scourge of the Skyclaves. Like, I hate that line so ungodly much. I would so much rather see turn 1 Bomat or turn 1 Monastery Swiftspear attack for 1. Like, make your card not just a bad burn spell. Like, when I say bad burn spell, I mean, like, burn is not a plan that's realistically killing your opponents with Shadow. So if your plan is to Lightning Bolt your opponent, it's not good. Is the third Battle Rage ever reasonable? Just in case, or just increase the number of times you're able to have the Alpha Strike turn. Thought Battle Rage might not be great against all the removal running around. I think there are certainly metas that a third Battle Rage is good. Let's see. Like, we've had metas previously where we were kind of overrun with things like Storm, Scapeshift, Tron, decks like that that are just kind of goldfishing their side of the table. And having the third Battle Rage is great for Shadow because you just want to race in a lot of those scenarios. At the moment, I think the third Battle Rage is a bit of a liability because you look at like white, 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 white. So like Path to Exile, Celestial Purge, Reflector Mage, just everywhere. And you open yourself up to a lot of 2-for-1s. Like if there wasn't so much white at the top of the meta, I would say you could give it a shot. Bench, how's it going? I saw that you streamed the other day. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I'm super excited too. What am I playing? Oh man. Playing Grixis 15 card singleton sideboard. Cuz I'm not really taking this challenge too seriously. I'm more just trying out cards as I prepare for the championship qualifier tomorrow. Let's see, I don't like Scourge either. It forces you to play proactively and aggressively, whereas most Shadow lists outside of Red Black need that ability to pivot. Right. Hell yeah, I'm playing in that tomorrow. Hopefully I don't catch you. Hopefully I dodge you the entire day. But I hear Steven's playing in it too, so we're gonna get to run the table. I'll take first and I'll let y'all fight over second and third. Pedro, we won round 2 2-0 over an Abzan Ephemerate deck. Steven said he was 5 points short, so he should be able to knock that out with like a 4-1 in a league. That's right, Bench. Get pissed off at Pedro not showing up for the stream. Well, nobody was there because we didn't know you were streaming. You didn't say anything until it was done. He was helping a dude move today. I'll see if I can convince him to go tonight for sure. Yeah. We're gonna take everything our opponent knows and holds dear. Get rid of all of it. Oh man. Are we gonna get to double Thoughtseize, double Gurmag next turn? I mean, bench, I let people watch me punt live every single day, and it's fantastic. We're going to get to double Thoughtseize, the double angler. Nice. And then they're going to Thoughtseize. Oh my. This is so great. This is the best match of Magic I've ever seen. uh, it's literally the exact same hand on both sides. This is fantastic. This is so much fun. Yeah, I destroyed their hand, but they're about to destroy mine taking this Gurmag Angler. And we're just going to be sitting here with like double land Stubborn Denial against double land Stubborn Denial. The only upside is I have one more Gurmag Angler in my deck than they do. So I do have a slightly better chance of ripping it off the top. So their last card is Stubborn Denial. My last card is that. Just in case I draw a shadow. Alright. Race to the top deck. It's not a race anymore. Let's leave some stuff in the yard. Get rid of you guys. What did I say about we have one more Gurmag Angler left in the deck than they do? Because it came up. It was relevant. Alright. I'm going to assume my opponent doesn't have a Dismember or a Shadow. Yep. Alright. Ha 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 ha! No skill. No skill at all. Anybody who says that that match was skill intensive is a liar and needs to be thrown from the rooftops. That was 100%. I luckily drew a top deck threat and my opponent didn't. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Alright, so downside is I have probably one or two fewer answers to Gurmag Angler than my opponent does. I'm assuming that they've got 2 copies of Dismember in the main, and then might be boarding into like a Terminate, a Go for the Throat, something like that. I get to bring in Go for the Throat and a Bloodchief's Thirst. The bright side is I've got Serum Visions where they've got Mishra's Bauble. So I have a little bit better of an ability to dig a little deeper into the deck. We're going to see if that ends up being relevant this game. Yeah, hand's great. Alright, what you got, an actual potato? Chose not to put me on the play. His opponent big braining us. Let's find out. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. No Thoughtseize. Alright. I don't feel like I need to cycle this Wraith here. It's not really anything I'm aggressively looking for. Please don't Shadow of Doubt me. Got there. We live. Gurmag Angler number 2's not bad. Neither is that. Alright. Carry on, opponent. Yes. Do all the work for me. Do all the work for me. Look at the cards, opponent. Look at them. What do we got? Scour yourself. Sure. It's going to be like Gurmag Angler plus Stubborn Denial. Death Shadow. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and fight over this now. Really? Expected some sort of resistance there. Anything you can do, we can do also. We can play Gurmags much better than you. No, we can't. Yes, we can. No, we can't. Yes, we can. That's a lot of Stubborn Denials. So let's keep Dismember. I don't really care about keeping the Shadow in the yard. Like, I've got the backup in hand. Here's a Gurmag Angler. I can protect it with this stub. Next turn I can untap, play like Shadow plus double stub. No. No. Bad opponent. Bad. Snap Dismember. Okay. So, best draw here. Not quite that. Am I playing Gurmag double stub? I think that I am. Because, like, our opponent could have played like a Shadow or something that turn that was just bigger than our Gurmag Angler. And they chose not to. So I'm going to assume that they don't have a Shadow in hand. Because I get severely punished. EE for 1. Yes. Yeah, like I'm assuming that they don't have a Death Shadow in hand. Because there's not really a reason not to just go down to 1 and play it last turn. Now, my question is, do I want to play my shadow into this EE? And I think the answer is no. Like, my opponent has so few ways of getting Gurmag Angler off the board that I kind of want to just sit back and force the action with it. Stub that, because my opponent's got one card left in hand. Alright. Nice little 2-0 in the mirror. We'll always take those. So let's update the record. Gotta go update our matchups too. I've got to do better about keeping track of my matchups. So we get Abzan Blink, which is definitely going in the miscellaneous. Beat the mirror. So a couple nice wins there. And now we've got 45 almost minutes until the next round starts. That's so much time. Oh man. Let's take a look at how other people are doing. Wiltron, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had the rough beats of what was it, Bogles, and the other one was I forgot. Oops, all spells. That's right. Creeping chill off the top. You did in fact say that. So let's see how everybody's doing in here. So Actual Potato just dropped after our match. I'm sorry, Potato, if you watch this. Thank you for making Shadow relevant with me. Doomwake's 1-1, currently down a game. Michael Jacobs lost. Ice 9's 1-1. Canister 2-0, no surprise there. Probably playing humans again. Phil Helmuth 1-1. Sebastian's 2-0 going into game 3 there. Shock Trooper's 1-1. Sodek 2-0 but down a game. Wombo's 2-0. X-Whale 1-1 down a game. Yama Killer's 2-0 down a game. Alright then. Let's see. Third seed was my Oops All Spells opponent. Let's see, who was it? No, not that one. Not that one. Is there any way to... Just have to go back to the other window. Alright, third seed. Third seed. That one? Or which one of these? That dude was 3-0 with Oops All Spells. We'll keep an eye out for him in top 8. Let's see. Bench was going to play Grixis on today's challenge, but was doing cooking and scavenger hunt with kids. When I checked the time, it was 3 minutes past the start. Yeah, it'll sneak up on you if you're not careful. Like, I forgot to set my alarm last night, and luckily one of my roommates was pretty loud this morning, so I got to wake up for it. Jay Dimplewolf, are we controlling for this challenge? If you mean, are we playing the older version of Grixis Shadow, then yes. Are we playing a 15-card singleton sideboard? Yes. In Roku, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us some today. So let's break down some of this deck list while we're thinking real quick, or while we have a little time between rounds. Anything of note for those of you who haven't seen this build before? This is Grixis inspired by a little 2008 or 2018, 2017, 2018 Grixis Shadow. Before Mishra's Bauble, as Geek Media has pointed out, became kind of a go-to standard in the deck. The idea is, in the past couple of years, Grixis Shadow has really evolved into what's known as the Turbo Angler builds, where you're trying to power out like a turn 2 threat as consistently as possible. So having access to Mishra's Bauble is another free cantrip and free spell to fuel the graveyard helps to increase your odds of seeing that turn 2 Gurmag Angler and get it down on turn 2. This is not that kind of build. This is Grixis Shadow circa 2017, hence the name, where the idea was to control the game for the first couple of turns, use our removal spells, use our hand disruption each turn, and use things like Serum Visions to set up a turn or two in advance to help us draw into a threat that will just end the game in a couple of turns, like a Death Shadow or Gurmag plus a Battle Rage, and just set up for that pseudo combo win in our Grixis control deck. And that's where the Serum Visions, the Ops come in, the main deck K Command. We're less excited about things like the second Dismember because we're not an all-in, kill you as fast as possible deck. So if we're not doing that, Dismember is a little bit less of an impactful card. But the rest of the deck, a lot of the staple pieces here are the same. 4 Street Wraith, 4 Angler, 4 Shadow, 4 Stubborn Denial. In this case, I decided to try out the 4th Lightning Bolt over the 4th Push. The 2 Inquisition, 4 Thoughtseize, 4 Thought Scour, 2 Battle Rage. All that pretty standard across all of your Grixis Shadow decks. You might see 2 or 3 Snapcaster. Since we're running Serum Vision instead of Bauble, the 3rd Snapcaster is a little more appealing. You probably wouldn't even be ostracized for going to the 4th. Maybe over like the K Command, but I've been kind of liking the main deck K Command. The sideboard, on the other hand, whole different animal. I've been so up in the air over the last 2 weeks about what is actually good in my sideboard right now. Every time I test out a card, I don't see the matchup it's good against. Every time I'm planning out my board, I come up with a dozen reasons not to play a specific card and a dozen reasons to play it. For instance, an example would be something like Nihil Spellbomb versus Soul Guide Lantern. Nihil Spellbomb against Dredge, it's better. Against Uro, it's better. Against Lurrus decks, it's better. And you can go down this list, but against Oops All Spells, if they have Leyline, it does nothing. Against Dredge, if they have Leyline, it does nothing. So now you've got the ability to be flexible with something like Soul Guide Lantern, which you might not get to draw the card to nuke their yard, but it doesn't target. So you get around Leyline of Sanctity while still getting that nuke effect. So when it comes to being like a mid-range grindy card, Spellbomb's better. When it comes to stopping you from dying to some of these combo decks and Dredge with Leylines, then Soul Guide Lantern's better. Why not play each? Also get to throw in like a Surgical, because why not? But things like Mystical Dispute, really great if your opponent's playing Uro, Omnath, 3 mana Teferi, Jace, Archmage's Charm, Cryptic Command. Really bad if they're playing Path to Exile, Celestial Purge, Veil of Summer, um, Condemn, Isolate. So why not mix it up and add like a Mystical Dispute into our already Stubborn Denial game plan? Add in something like Disdainful Stroke or Aether Gust to help deal with Jace, Cryptic, Uro, um, Hour of Promise, whatever. Our Titan opponents, um, our Primeval Titan opponents, just we've been running delay and it's been really good, but sometimes we don't have the threat, especially if we're playing this like slower, grindier Shadow version. So Aether Gust is nice, uh, but sometimes you don't have the ability to close out the game in that turn that you're delaying off Aether Gust. So why not try out Disdainful Stroke? Well, sometimes they're going to be able to get a Cavern of Souls, and Disdainful Stroke's not going to do anything. So now we get to tack in an Ashiok to fight on a couple different levels in a lot of these matchups. Um, Mono Red, the one drop deck, like Collective Brutality is a pretty good idea there. Sometimes they're going to be leaning on things like their one drops, and we get to fight them off with some cheap removal spells. Sometimes they're going wide with Seasoned Pyromancer. We get to fight the tokens, fight the go wide strategies. Sometimes they're trying to cheese us out with like a Blood Moon. Well, we don't have to go heavy on our mana. Like we can keep it simple. We can play around a Blood Moon with a basic swamp. Like we've got ways to interact on a variety of different axes, and it's just a matter of seeing what we draw. But that's kind of the idea behind this sideboard, is we're just trying out a whole bunch of different things to see what's actually relevant right now. So, if you have any questions, I'm all answers, because I've got like 35 minutes until the next round. I'm like wide awake and haven't even had coffee yet today. Oh, or we can talk about other shadow builds. We've got time because our match ended so quickly. The world is our oyster. It's never really been a quote that I've been too fond of. Doesn't make a lot of sense. The world is your oyster. What do we want to talk about? Um, let's see. So we got a couple good questions here. The world is your bottled cloister. As somebody who lives approximately 3 hours from Jody Keith, who put that card on the map, yes, it is. All right, Brosterman, have you tried and liked Cleansing Wildfire in the board? We kind of went over it a little bit earlier. I think that Cleansing Wildfire is great if you're expecting a lot of like Tron, but I think it's not very effective against basically everything else. Like the idea is you get to tag a Field of the Dead or Valakut or something like that. The issue is a lot of the times they're not getting those cards proactively, or they have multiple copies, and the second one's always going to trigger when it comes in. So Cleansing Wildfire is like really great if your opponent plays out a naked turn one Field of the Dead. It's really bad if they tighten up a Field of the Dead on like turn 4 or 5. So that is kind of my tagging a Triome might also be fine versus 4-color piles. It's okay, but it's not great. Like, you're not really setting your opponent back when they're goal is not to get a turn 4 Uro or something like that. Their goal is to just stop you from killing them for the first 4 or 5 turns of the game and then worry about the value. And by that time, you're probably not messing up their mana. Especially because this isn't like a turbo Gurmag build, so the reliability of having a turn 2 threat down is pretty diminished, which means we're not really taking advantage of that time that we're disrupting them with Cleansing Wildfire. Sam Seesaw, what's the plan versus Heliod Company? A friend of mine just started playing it, and I'm struggling with the Death Shadow matchup. Gotcha. So, with the Heliod decks, there's a couple traps that you can kind of fall into. Like, Stubborn Denial is not great. I know that they have Collected Companies, Path to Exiles, things like that, but your 1-for-1 removal is ultimately going to be far more effective than Stubborn Denial. So, like, a lot of times I'll board out 2, maybe 3 copies just to trim down on some of that that unnecessary fluff in the deck. If I'm expecting them to bring in like 4 path, purge, something like that, I'll either trim or cut Battle Rage. It kind of goes based off feel. Sometimes they're only bringing in like a few paths, in which case I might want both Battle Rages still in. Sometimes they're bringing in purges, which makes me think that they're maxed out on path, which means I want to trim more Battle Rages. Then if they have like Skyclave Apparition, then I'm pretty likely to just cut all the Battle Rages entirely. But that's kind of it for the cuts. If you were looking to bring in an extra card, then boarding out like a Wraith is fine, because they're usually boarding into like an aggressive, not aggressive, but a value plan. Think like Kitchen Finks, Tireless Tracker, cards like that just offer them more of an ability to keep playing past the first couple of turns. And then things that I'm boarding in against the company decks, if I just see company, then I'm not boarding in something like Ashiok, but I will board it in if I see Cord and like Finale of Devastation, Eladamri's Call, those kind of things. But just any sort of like 1-for-1 removal, sweeper effect, things like that is usually fine. So like if I were playing this list against Heliod, I'd probably board something like that. I could also see like swapping out a Snapcaster if I'm expecting Scavenging Ooze, but something kind of like that. And then maybe if my opponent shows me the Eladamri's Calls, Cord, stuff like that, I'll board an Ashiok, and like I might go a little bit lower to the ground, cut out the K commands. Because like I don't really want to be spending 3 mana for interaction when my opponent's spending 3 or 4 mana to go get whatever they want out of their deck. So, kind of like that. Board outs, board ins. Awesome. Thank you so much for going into such depth. Not a problem at all. Like, I really love talking through matchups, and if it helps somebody, then I am absolutely all for it. But just kind of some of the things to keep focus on are Mother of Runes or Giver of Runes you don't want sticking around. You're not too terribly afraid of Lurrus, because you're usually like pressuring them enough to kill them before Lurrus matters. You have a couple pieces of proactive interaction, like you can play out a Plague Engineer on turn 3 and name Human if you want to stop the Devoted Druid Vizier of Remedies combo. You can name whatever Spike Feeder is, if you want to stop Spike Feeder Heliod, you can name Walking Ballista or Construct if you want to stop Walking Ballista in the first couple turns with a Heliod. It's also pretty good to just come down if they have like two birds, two noble hierarchs, just name something like that. Take the 2-for-1. Like, you don't have to play for future things if they have things on the battlefield that you can guarantee value off of. Um, and then, like, I really like keeping in the Miser stub because it just keeps you a little protected from something like Path, Purge, Company off the top. Yeah. Let's see. But usually it's a pretty okay matchup. Like, they'll have some draws that can kind of wreck you pretty badly, but most of the time, as long as you understand what it is that's going to give you the most trouble and kind of play around that, you should be okay. And most trouble is kind of hand dependent. Like, sometimes you're going to have hands that only have one removal spell and they play a Giver of Runes and you just have to kill it. Like, you can't afford for it to sit around because there's always the chance that you draw into more removal, but you don't want to let your opponent just untap, have free reign with their Giver, and you're forced to point the first piece of removal at it later. Like, just go ahead and get it off so your next piece of removal is live. Is there anything else to that matchup? Let's see. Let's pull up a list of that deck. So Heliod Company. Yeah, so like if I just saw Finale, 2 finales, or expected like this exact list, I wouldn't bring in Ashiok. But if I saw Eladamri's Call plus Finale and like didn't see Company, then I would bring in Ashiok. Other than that, Conclave Mentor is a pretty new addition, but don't really care about it too much. Yeah, so this is kind of what I was talking about with Path and Purge. You typically don't expect Purge unless they're maxed out on Path. So if you see a Purge, you can pretty well safely assume that they already have access to 4 Path to Exiles in some capacity. So that makes you a little more likely to board out Battle Rage. If you only see Path, I'd probably look at like boarding a Battle Rage out. Because things like Auriok Champion, you want to have access to Battle Rage against. Skyclave Apparition's a pain. Don't really care about some of these. Veil of Summer can be annoying. Two mindsets to keep in mind when playing around Veil of Summer. There are games that you can afford to play around it and games that you can't. And what I mean by that is if I have things to do with my mana on the first couple of turns and I can afford to play around Veil of Summer, then I will. For instance, if I've got turn 1 Serum Visions, turn 2 Scour Myself, Gurmag Angler, turn 3 Thoughtseize, and have a Stubborn Denial, then I'll just play out that line. I won't go for the Thoughtseize turn 1 into the open green mana. Because I don't need to give my opponent the free card, and there's a chance that they might just like cycle the Veil to get a redraw because I'm not playing into it. And then there's hands where my hand is like double Thoughtseize, Shadow, a couple fetch lands, Dismember, something like that, where if I don't cast the Thoughtseize, I'm not lowering my life total, and there's no guarantee that my opponent's going to play a creature on turn 2. So I'll just cast the Thoughtseize, take my beating with the Veil. If they Veil me and redraw, I just get to like Thoughtseize next turn or Dismember, whatever. If they don't Veil though, then the upside is I just get to take best thing in their hand, untap, do it again. Um, so yeah. Usually against like the Uro decks and things like that, I'm more likely to aggressively Thoughtseize because if they, like what I say on stream, is if they have it this turn, they're going to have it next turn, they're going to have the turn after that. So if I don't just go ahead and get it out of hand now, they're going to get to Veil of Summer, a Stubborn Denial on a removal spell later, or Veil of Summer, a Thoughtseize later, whatever, and I'm not going to be able to deal with it. So I would rather them just get the redraw now, get the Veil out of hand, and go from there. I found that toolbox decks are much easier than Yawgmoth toolbox. Am I the crazy one, or crazy and the only one? Simply, they can also haste threat you, and Drolf's Messenger can be problematic. I think that you're right in that assessment. Let's see if I can find a Yawgmoth list. It's been a while since I've seen that deck get played. Um, Yawgmoth. This looks like Yawgmoth because it is Yawgmoth. All right. Yeah. So the Yawgmoth decks kind of refers to this list that was popularized by Tom Ross and Aaron Barrich. Citrus D is Tom Ross for those who are unsure. And the idea here is you get to use Yawgmoth Thran Physician as a bit of a value engine to sacrifice some of these undying threats that can either like drain your opponent's life out, they can target each other with the Yawgmoth's activations if you have two out to just draw an insane amount of cards. But it's just kind of like a green black value deck, and the combo, if you will, is if you have like a Geralf's Messenger, a Yawgmoth, another Undying creature, and your life total is at least 1 point higher than your opponent's, you can just sacrifice your Geralf's Messenger, put a counter on your other Undying threat. Geralf's Messenger comes back in, drains for 2 life, or they lose 2 life. Then you sack the other Undying threat, target the Geralf's Messenger, and repeat the cycle over and over again. And you're losing 2 life to activate it. Your opponent's losing 2 life on Geralf's Messenger. And because your life total is higher, you just eventually get to kill them that way. The other out is something like Zulaport Cutthroat, Blood Artist, that just speeds this up because now if your opponent has, if you have one more than half of your opponent's life total, you can kill them with the same combo with Zulaport Cutthroat or Blood Artist, because now instead of losing 2, your opponent's losing 4 to your 2. And yeah, so you're just using or playing like a whole bunch of mana dorks and these undying creatures to just survive until you found your Yawgmoth, and you're using Yawgmoth to like sack a whole bunch of these things for value to draw a bunch of cards and set up a kill that way. Gus, happy Halloween to you as well. Thank you so much for the second month. Greatly glad to hear you appreciate the content. Wiltron's been popping up more recently. Well, it makes sense. Like, Yawgmoth is really good against things like humans. So if decks like that, creature-based combo decks, or not creature-based, but spell-based combo decks are popular, Yawgmoth can kind of pop up. And it's just like a really good value deck. So if you'll notice, they don't play a lot of lands that lose life because you want to keep your life total as high as possible, so that you can get off your Yawgmoth, Giralf's Messenger, other Undying Creature combo. Um, as far as interacting with the deck, it's tough. It's really, really tough. He's almost copied us with this 15 card Singleton sideboard. So they got 2 Veil of Summers. So once Yawgmoth hits the board, um, you have limited ability to interact without getting too far behind on value. So if they have a Yawgmoth and 2 Undying creatures, if they stack an Undying creature to Yawgmoth with the Undying trigger on the stack, if you can kill the Yawgmoth, that's kind of your best case scenario. Cards like Ashiok, really, really good here. Grafdigger's Cage, Nihil Spellbomb, Surgical, things like that that can keep Undying creatures from coming back and getting extra value are extremely nice. You kind of just have to play the aggressor role. Like, you can get cheesed out by a Giralf's Messenger plus like a Cutthroat or something blocking. But you just have to get them dead before they're able to start accumulating a lot of these extra value pieces. Important to note, Strangleroot Geist can block, which is super annoying, but it's come up a few times for me, and it does have haste, which can be relevant. But as far as their sideboard against us, Obstinate Baloth, Kitchen Finks, definitely coming in. Trophy, Veils, probably push, maybe Thoughtseize. And our game plan is, again, just to stay aggressive. Because, like, the more of these things, there's always a trade-off in sideboarding with matchups like this. The more our opponent brings in to interact with us, the less of an ability they have to get their own combination of cards together. So if they are boarding in a lot against us to kind of stop us from killing us quickly, that kind of proves that they're most afraid of us killing them really aggressively. So if that's what worries them the most, that's kind of what we need to go with. I think it also stresses our hands because, like, stubs are still good, but so is removal and graveyard hate. It's like you keep more hands, but they might not line up perfectly right. Whereas usually against creature decks, stub is kind of dead. Sure. So, like, if I was... Oh, has the match started? Sweet. Yama Killer. Aren't you supposed to be 3-0? Alright, hand looks great. So, Yama Killer... No idea what he's playing, but has played a lot of, like, black-green X decks in the past. So I'm kind of thinking that... Nope, just Gruul. So, yeah, we're just taking a Utopia Sprawl. Saying go. We're going to land a turn 2 Gurmag and see if that's good enough. Did draw the second land. Alright. So here we can afford to play around like a Blood Moon effect. So I'm just going to get... I milled over my swamp. Are you kidding me? Deck, what are you doing? I was going to say I can afford to play around a Blood Moon effect, so I'm going to get a basic swamp and play out this Gurmag. But I cannot play around a Blood Moon effect if I mill over my basic swamp. Ugh. Alright, so best draws here would be like a Shadow. Assume this is going to be a... Alright, so Utopia Sprawl plus Scavenging Ooze. Fatal Push is a really good draw for us. Alright, so opponent's got Bone Crusher, Lightning Bolt, Chandra. Not a Shadow. Alright. So on the bright side, if they have something like a fetch land to play the Chandra, um, then we're in good shape. If they go for the Stomp plus Lightning Bolt, then we're in trouble. That's really good for us. The answer is we'll see. Oh man. Are we going for Battle Rage here? This opponent's got Chandra, Lightning Bolt. No, we're not going for Battle Rage here. We're just going to play Watery Grave, path, or tapped and pass. Because, like, our opponent played around Stubborn Denial last turn. So I'm kind of assuming they're going to play around Stubborn Denial this turn. This is okay. And they're dead. Yeah. Alright. So let's attack with Gurmag Angler. And we will just show them the Battle Rage because they are dead. Alright. No point in slow rolling it and going to blocks or anything like that. Alright, so against these Gruul decks, Aether Gust is great. Disdainful Stroke is pretty good. Like, he tags Chandra, Elder Gargaroth, Glorybringer, the creature half of Bloodbraid, if you care about that half. I usually like things like K-Command and the Royal Scions because you can play them pretty well through a Blood Moon effect. Go for the Throat's not bad. Mystical Dispute is an option because if we get like our basic island, it is just another counter spell. Snapcaster Mage, I'm usually not too excited about. So I expect them to be bringing in like Relic of Progenitus, something like that. Cling to Dust, kind of for the same reason. It's not the best. Lightning Bolt's not great. Not that Fatal Push is great, but neither one's really great. Could board out all of the Snapcasters and maybe not bring in the Mystical Dispute on the draw. Let's see. CMC. Like, I want to be efficient, but I don't want to play just bad cards. Thirst over a push. I don't plan on kicking a push ever, but I guess that's probably fine. But actually, I think I probably want both Thirst and Push, and I'd rather cut like a 3-drop. Because I want to be able to interact with the turn 1 Arbor Elf. And then if I happen to get to interact with like a later Gargaroth or Chandra or whatever, then that's upside. But it's not really the reason I want to be boarding in that kind of card. Oh man. We're going to 3. Keep. Bottom, 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 bottom. That was a whole bunch of not lands. Alright, opponent. Just hit us in the face a bunch. Turn 2, double spirit guide. Bloodbraid Elf into Klothys. Let's see. Odds of drawing 1 or more of 18 cards from 2 draws. A 53 card deck. 56.82148%. Second hand was over a coin flip to draw a land. Yeah, I could see that being the case. But like it was a good 6, and if I had a second Street Wraith, like I'd probably snap keep it, but not having that second Wraith was kind of the killer there. Maybe I should have been more vigilant of the fact that I was on the draw, but well, I'm not playing Thirst because of Wrenn and 6. Like, usually 99% of the time, you're not going to care about Wrenn and 6. This is good. Because if our opponent starts just like Klothysing us, then we get to lose life for these shadows. All of these shadows. Yep. So if this is like Bloodbraid into something and attack. Blood Moon. That's not very nice. It's not very nice either. Alright. I'm not saying that I don't love our chances this game. But we're going to see. Alright. We can Fatal Push that. Are we taking the hit off of this Klothys? I feel like we are, right? Let's push an elf. Untap, play a shadow. Say go. This Seasoned Pyromancer. Nope. Alright. Alright. Screwbeats Flood, but not necessarily on a mold of 3. Alright. Let's see. Kevin, appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by and bringing some good cheer. We will definitely need it. So on the play, I like Mystical Dispute a little bit more. We could probably board out an angler because we saw, what's it called? We saw Relic of Progenitus. This is going to be game 3. We won game 1 pretty quickly. Found all the lands. I think I need a threat. Alright, this we're going to keep. And we will bottom... kind of want to bottom the Go for the Throat. No. Second Stub. No, let's bottom the Go for the Throat. I could board out a Stub, but we saw Wrenn and 6, Chandra. And this is why we hold up Stub instead of Inquisitioning. Don't spirit guide me, please. Land. Land. Should have been more specific. Alright. I think I do have to draw that second land there. Obviously, I would prefer a threat, but something beggars choosers. Alright. I think I'm just going to hold up Disdainful Stroke here. The old Blood Moon. Let's gust this. They put Blood Moon top or bottom? Top. Might be in a tad bit of trouble here. Let's see. So we know our opponent's drawing the Blood Moon. So I think we have to just pass, unfortunately. Like, we could upkeep, just kill the Arbor Elf, but it just gets so bad for us if they play out the Blood Moon, even though they're going to play it anyway. Like, there's no reason not to play the Blood Moon. This is also why I don't really like Aether Gust as a Magic card, because it doesn't solve the problem, it just delays it. Oh, there's the big boy. Alright. Alright, dead Blood Moon. Hindsight 2020, but I like keeping basic Swamp from the Serum Visions. Yeah, the Swamp would have been okay. Kind of my thought there was we really needed to lose life. So if we drew a threat, we could get it out. Because, like, our hand was just delaying the inevitable. And unfortunately, they kind of had all the pieces. Like, if they didn't have the backup Utopia Sprawl, then we would have been in really good shape. But them having the backup sprawl meant that they could get more value off of this Arbor Elf. Keep both Crypt and Swap. Yeah, but like we needed to find a threat. Like my thought was we wanted the second land, and Blood Crypt lost us a little bit of life. Let us get the second land out, and we would get the swamp out of the way so we could get a draw closer to a Shadow or a Gurmag Angler. Like, let's think. So, turn one, we had the Wraith cycle into the Serum Visions. We could have cast the Serum Visions right there. Would it have been better to do that, though? Like, I'm not saying that digging for the threat was the right choice. I just think that the hand we had couldn't win unless we got a threat. Like, we needed a couple things to go right. We needed them to not have the second Utopia sprawl, for one. Because if we got to just like stub the first Utopia sprawl and then turn two, they go land Arbor Elf, then we're in a much better position. Um, Actually, since we didn't draw the second land on turn two, we probably weren't in a great position. You're like, let's say turn two we drew the second land. Like we drew that Blood Crypt for turn two. Then we would have been able to Blood Crypt, Inquisition away the Blood Moon. Assuming he didn't have a second Blood Moon, but that would have bought us a turn there. And then we could have held up Disdainful Stroke for the Gargaroth. Or go for the throat at it, whatever. We'd still need to find a threat. But like we really just need to keep from getting cheesed out by Blood Moons in these kind of games. Like, let's say our opponent didn't have the Blood Moon. So they've got an Arbor Elf. We're not casting the Go for the Throat. We're Disdainful Stroking the Elder Gargaroth. And then we've got Go for the Throat for the Scavenging Ooze. And then this is the rest of our hand untapping that turn with all of our mana available. So now it's just like Inquisition you or Thoughtseize you, take whatever your best thing is, counter the next thing, or just play Royal Scions or play Royal Scions next turn to help find a threat. But we just need to do better about not giving our opponents opportunities for Blood Moon and maybe just playing. It's kind of hard to say playing around it because, like, with that opener, we had to get a blue source to counter the Utopia Sprawl on their turn one. And I think it had to be Watery Grave because we needed any land to untap and give us access to Go for the Throat. So I don't know. That was a tricky one. But yeah, you're right. Like we just couldn't keep him from double spelling, and that kind of sealed our doom. But he definitely made the right play there, like keeping a hand with triple one drop mana accelerant is really good against us. So we just can't interact with all of them very well. Now, if we had seen our second land, I wonder if it was better to Inquisition on turn 2. So, like, my thought was if we untap an Inquisition on turn 2, and he's got 2 more accelerants, like, we're putting ourselves into Serum Visions on turn 3, and hoping at that point, if we Serum Visions on turn 2, he's still got at least one accelerant, but we give ourselves a better chance of drawing that second land on turn 3. Like, in hindsight, we would have Inquisitioned away the Utopia Sprawl on turn 2, and then maybe he just wouldn't have red mana. Like, obviously we can't predict that he's got a basic forest to follow up the Prismatic Vista for a forest. So we can't just say like, oh yeah, well, we knew we were going to lock him off of red mana. But maybe that's an idea that we could have thought about. Like if he Prismatic Vista'd for a forest. First of all, if he played a Prismatic Vista instead of a fetch land, like a Windswept Heath or Wooded Foothills, I don't think on turn 1 that tells us anything. Because if you're playing a Utopia Sprawl, then Prismatic Vista for a forest is perfectly reasonable. If it were like turn 3, I would assume that he didn't have another fetch land in hand. Because at that point, like, getting a stomping ground is probably better. So, pick or choose what we want to play into or play around there. But, oh well, happens. 98 players. How many rounds do we have? 7 rounds. Let's see, are there any other... So game 2, we had the Molda 3. Couldn't do anything about that. Maybe we keep one of the... Like our first hand had a Blood Crypt and a bunch of blue spells. And let me see. Oh no, I can't get or I can't look up the replay while the event's going on. Blood Crypt and a bunch of blue spells. I think that was a pretty safe mulligan. Because I want to say we didn't have like a fatal push in it either. The second hand I remember was really good, but needed land. Didn't have any lands, but had a Street Wraith. So like whoever did the calculations there, maybe that one was worth it. But I usually don't like keeping no landers, even if it's on the draw, unless I have like 2 free redraws. It's like double Wraith, Wraith plus Bauble, something like that. So I don't really mind missing my my first land drop on turn 2 or on turn 1, but not hitting the land drop on turn 2 is game over. Have y'all seen any issues with Twitch ads? I've heard a lot of people talking about the number of ads upping pretty significantly. And like, since I don't see ads when I'm coming online, I don't know if it's true or false or what. Yes, like there are more ads. So all I'm saying is if there are, I didn't change anything on my end. So I can't see or I don't have any idea if that's the case. But I don't want somebody coming in and being like, "Yo, you added 50 new ads. What the heck, bro?" Maybe like, "No, I didn't. I swear. I didn't do it." But yeah, if it does feel that way, then there's a decent chance that's the case. But I don't think that I can do anything about it. Or at least there's nothing to my knowledge that I can do about it. Let's see. Kind of going through some of the settings real quick to make sure I can't do anything about it. Pretty positive I can't, but never hurts to check, right? Hmm. Where are you? So many tabs to go through. So many tabs. So little time. Ah. Yeah, I don't think I can change it. At least it doesn't appear that I can change it. I will have to find somebody more knowledgeable about the dark side of Twitch than I am. Which could be a lot of people. Like I'm sure there are quite a few people with more Twitch knowledge than me. see. All right, we'll check it again at some other time. Feels good after my loss. Yeah, after my loss to Oops Spells in the challenge. Now won 204 in this league. Nice. What have you played against? Let's hear the deets. As we wait for this challenge, while we determine what we're doing for tomorrow's event. Like, oh, some of these matchups, our two losses that we had, have been. Need to update our matchup list too. So Gruul, we lost that one. Ugh. I need to go back and update. I've got a lot of Shadow matchups, or Grixis matchups, that I haven't updated on here with. But, let's see. We played Tron. We played that, the Abzan Blink deck. We beat that. Played Urzatron 50-50 with Grixis versus 73% with 4-color. Like, having access to Assassin's Trophy, Tarmogoyf to play out multiple threats is really nice in that matchup. What was the next one? Gruul 75% with Grixis in the recorded matchups. And then, where are you, Gruul? Gruul. There, 67% with 4-color. So that's not bad. What was the other one? The Grixis Shadow Mirror. 75% with 4-color and 80% with Grixis. So most of those are about even, except for like the Tron one. Seems like 4-color's been doing a lot better against it than Grixis, which is kind of understandable. Like I said, getting access to like Assassin's Trophy is really nice there. Being able to interact with Tron on the board instead of just hoping to know Tron off the top. Oops Spells, Tron, Sword of the Meek, Wurza deck, Black White Eldrazi taxes. Sword of the Meek, Wurza deck. Oh, Thopter Sword. And Black White Eldrazi. Eldrazi and taxes is a rough one. Oh, so I played this list the other day. Let me see if I can find it. This one. This has got some changes from what I played, but for the most part, it's the same. Played 4-color Shadow with Gurmag Angler and Traverse. Or not 4-color Shadow, Sultai Shadow with Gurmag Angler and Traverse. It went 4-1 in a league. It was pretty fun. I don't think that the deck is competitively viable in a large event. But it was kind of fun to see how it did. I did extremely miss Temur Battle Rage. Like, there was the match that I lost was against what was it against? Some deck where Battle Rage would have gotten me there. It might have been like Tron. Let's see, Goblin Engineer, Sword of the Meek. Yeah, it was probably just like a dedicated Grixis sword deck or something like that. Probably had Urza to some extent. But if Whir was in the deck, you would expect more like Mishra's Baubles, Lantern, Ghoul Caller's Bell, all that kind of stuff to fuel out your Whirs. But yeah, this deck was fun. Saw Bobble, saw Bridge. Yeah, it's probably just like a Word Toolbox deck then, which is, well, yeah, definitely a Word Toolbox deck. And they do have Urzas. I don't know how many, but if they're playing Thopter Sword and they're not Lantern, they're going to have some number of Urzas just for the go infinite potential. Tireless Tracker was a house. That's a card I want to slot into like all of my Shadow or Traverse Shadow decks. I thought about trying out Apostle's Blessing. Like, 4 colors since Scourge of the Skyclaves got printed has been pretty rough. Just having all of your threats answered by that card is. And we do have one dude that doesn't. But Shadow does a great job of punching holes in combos with interaction and winning quickly. You are absolutely correct there. That is the majority of the reason to play a Death Shadow deck, is just because you want to take a turn or two to punch a hole in whatever your opponent's doing and then run away from there. Like, I wish there was a 4-color list. And maybe there is. Maybe we just have to make it. But a 4-color list that emphasized like the strength of Grixis in terms of the creature base. I know there was like a Grixis green list for a while. It was like Grixis splash green for Veil of Summer and like Assassin's Trophy, stuff like that. Maybe that's what we need to do. Just splash green for Trophy and Veil. So we can keep like the aggressive creature finding nature of Grixis and then just add Trophy as like a good way to interact with troublesome permanents. But every time I go 4-color, I feel like we're just trying to be too greedy and the inconsistencies are getting to us. But yeah, but that's kind of what today's about, is finding out where Grixis sits and if I feel like it's going to be viable going into tomorrow's events with it, or tomorrow's tournament with it. Because like Grixis can be good, and then we go into the event and we just don't see any of the things that we're prepared for. But if I'm playing Shadow tomorrow, and I say if I'm playing Shadow, I'm definitely playing Shadow tomorrow. I kind of want to build my sideboard the complete opposite of this. Like 5 or 6, 2 or 3 just haymaker cards for some of the more popular matchups. Like 3 copies of Cling to Dust for burn and prowess, oops all spells, things like that. 3 copies of Mystical Dispute for Uro, Omnath, the control decks. Like, let's see. Guess what I mean is like. Um, What else? What's that card? I guess like Bolt might just be better. What else? What's popular right now? Keep going back and forth through this wildly. The Eladamri decks. Titan decks in general. Do I only have one Ashiok? I do. Oh man. I mean, you kind of get the idea I'm going with. Is just board 3 or 4 copies of some effects that you want in all of these matchups. Like, oh, I'm playing against humans. Let me board out my Stubborn Denials for 3 copies of Lightning Bolt and 2 copies of K Command, something like that. Oh, I'm playing against Blue-White Control. Let me board out my removal spells for 3 copies of Mystical Dispute, 2 copies of Ashiok, and just go like heavy on the anti whatever I'm expecting to see plan. Don't think we really have a great one for Tron. Like I don't really want to put in like 3 copies of Cleansing Wildfire just in the hopes that I get paired against Tron. Because again, I don't think it's great in matchups outside of Tron. Oh, maybe this is the opportunity to try it Alpine Moon. Like, not necessarily 3 copies of it, but something like that. We just get to board in a bunch of haymakers against different decks. Also, I don't know why I don't have more Ashioks. Let's take care of that. About to run a league with Zoomer. Mainboard opt. I still do not know the Boomer Zoomer terminology. So, you're going to have to enlighten me on that one. So, why is it showing that I've got multiple Ashioks here, but not in my my binder? Let's see. You've mentioned, yeah, you've mentioned that Grixis, when it's hot, and 4-color has more middle/average draws. Well, maybe a little bit of card selection is what we need. I'm not brave enough to play Sorcery Serum Visions. Yeah, Sultai Splash Red for TBR and Sideboard deck. Got it. So like our traditional Sultai list or 4-color list. Um, Usually I'm not even splashing for like Cake Command at the moment. But just like that Sultai base splash. And then Zoomer is the 4-color splashing for like Lightning Bolts, Tarfire, Gore Clan Rampager, Seal of Fire, stuff like that in the main. Ren and 6. Um, what's his name? Magmatic Channeler, all those things. Gotcha. Uh, but yeah, I think like that is one of the downsides of 4-color, is just that the average draw is less powerful than a lot of the average draws for um, other shadow variants. So I cut the third, or cut 2 3 stubs, and cut the third Inquisition for 2 ops. I could dig it. I'll be interested in hearing how it goes for you. A lot of times when I've looked at like that flex or a couple flex spots in the main, I've moved like a main deck spell bomb. I've run a main deck EE before. Thought scours. A whole bunch of options to run with. A little bit more traditional Grixis Shadow with baubles. That's another thing on my matchup results Excel sheet, is I don't really have a lot of these builds distinguished. Like Grixis Shadow with baubles is in the same grouping as Grixis Shadow without baubles, and I probably need to specify there when there's like a primary differential. Like minor differentials, I think are fine. 4-color with Tasigur versus 4-color without Tasigur, not that big of a deal. But like Grixis circa 2017 versus Grixis Turbo Angler, pretty different. Maybe that enchantment, 1 black, -2/-2 to target creature. You mean dead weight? Is that, are you talking about dead weight in like 4-color? Because getting back dead weight over and over again with Lurrus is pretty sweet. If you don't want to be reliant on your red mana against like Taxes decks or something. Probably it also helps Goyf. I mean, that's fair. Maybe that's one to consider trying out. Like, usually I'm not a fan of playing a card because it has synergy with something like Lurrus, especially against the Grave Hate Leonin Arbiter deck that's likely not going to let you search for Lurrus ever or Ghost Quarter you before it's relevant. Um, but it could be a potential idea. We're kind of such a dog in that matchup anyway that I guess anything kind of helps. Alright, we've got 30 seconds. Looks like Wiltron's opponent lost. Alright, who are we going to get for this round? And the answer is Musa Sabi. I would love to play first. Keep it. Alright, so this hand, I'm going to lead on Thoughtseize. If I didn't have the Street Wraith, I would lead on Serum Visions. But because I have the Street Wraith, I can Thoughtseize turn 1, turn 2, cast the Serum Visions. If I don't draw into my second land, but I scry the second land, I can Street Wraith into it. And since I don't have like a Stubborn Denial here, I'm just going to play out my most proactive turn 1 play. But like I said, if I didn't have the Street Wraith, then I wouldn't want to Serum Visions and not draw a land, and then have to wait until turn 3 if I scryed a land to the top to be able to find one. Hopefully opponent's not on burn. What on earth is this? When Yasharn enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic forest card and a basic plains card. Reveal those cards, put them into your hand, and shuffle your library. Players can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents to cast spells or activate abilities. Players can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents to cast spells or activate abilities. Players can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents to cast spells or activate abilities. Oh man. What did I do? I don't deserve this. I mean, it seems bad against everything that's not us. Seems funny against us. Alright. So, Serum Visions. Try to find a land. And if we find a land, we might be able to Inquisition away this Tribe Elder. Just kind of like put them on the back foot. Alright, so I don't think I want the Stub, but I absolutely want the Bloodstained Mire. So let's cycle into the Mire. Get our Blood Crypt. Inquisition away this this Tribe Elder. So they drew a Titan. Hopefully we can have them dead before this Titan matters. See, hoses, oops, all spells. I can't cast the Artifact Titan. Hates on fetch lands, right? What did our opponent do? Explored. Alright. Do we have to opt here? I feel like we have to opt. Because if I don't hit a land, then I might be in trouble. Like if I Serum Visions and put a land on top, our opponent gets to play out this thing, and then we can't crack our fetch lands after that. So I kind of want to maximize my ability to find a fetch land now. Rewarded. Let's see. If you didn't have Street Wraith here, would you have opted instead? If I didn't have the Street Wraith, I would have Serum Visions on turn 1 instead of casting the Thoughtseize. So hopefully I wouldn't have uh, to opt there. But if I, for whatever reason, didn't have the Serum Visions, then yes, I would have opted there first. Because the most important thing on that turn is finding the next land drop. So we can snap Thoughtseize a Titan. That sounds pretty good. Oh, Moto's lagging so bad. Titan Dryad. So is there any way we die to this Dryad? Are we just taking the Dryad because our opponent, even if they draw a Garen Brig, can't play Titan next turn? Or are we taking Titan in case they draw like a Skyclave Apparition or something like that? Yeah, I think we just take the Titan. It's like even if our opponent top decks a Valakut, they can't get 2 Valakut triggers off of this Dryad. Somebody remind me to restart Moto after this match. It's being a little unresponsive. What did I tell you about top decking a Valakut? What did I tell you? If you delete old decks and turn off animations, Moto works better. That does make sense. Alright, so opponent is very, very dead here. Sure, take a bolt. So I go down. Yeah, there's no reason to slow roll this. God. Please don't make me misclick Moto. You are big dead, opponent. JP, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday afternoon. Alright, so Titan, green-white Titan. Aethergust is great. Disdainful Stroke's great. Ashiok's great. Surgical's great. Scions is okay. We'll see if we find room for it. Damping Sphere is only good against Garen Brig. And basically doesn't do anything against any other lands or stuff in the deck. Antis, good Halloween. Good Halloween to you as well. It's not happy Halloween over there. So Snapcaster's not great. Cling to Dust is pretty bad. Dismember is okay. Bolt's pretty bad. I'll just board out the K command. Go like that. See, delays are off the menu. Yeah, we're playing a 15-card singleton sideboard. Where's my Death Shadow costume? Where's your Death Shadow costume? Ooh, got him. My Death Shadow's costume is busy watching my opponent play some 4-mana thing that says we can't pay life or sack spells. I was, as the kids would say, not prepared. Suddenly, Damping Sphere would have been amazing. Alright. Gurmag Angler off the top. It's also acceptable. Very acceptable. Alright. What you got, opponent? Show me your darkest secrets. So they did have the Reclaimer. So we just go in Gargaroth Titan. Or I guess we can go like... Alright, if we take Gargaroth Reclaimer. Our opponent plays a tapped land. We play Royal Scions. Yeah. I think I'm down for Gargaroth Reclaimer. Get rid of all these before somebody yells at me. Like, I could take the Titan and have the Dismember for the Reclaimer, but I really want to just get this Royal Scions down next turn. And if my opponent plays a Reclaimer, then I'm basically forced into killing it. And then I can't get down my Scions. Alright, so Bog is gone. Draw a discard. Yeah, we'll pitch the Delta. Sure. Say go. Let's see. Didn't even bother trying Yasharn and Titan. Fran said it was bad, so I trust his opinion. Yeah, it didn't seem great, but I don't play a lot of Titan, so I can't say I have the definitive answer there. Alright, what do we got? We've got it all. So we know opponent's hand. They can untap, play Garen Brig and Titan, so we know we're going to be countering that. So just Dismember. Yeah. And we'll Thought Scour just in case we hit a fetch land, because then we can play out Gurmag and hold up Disdainful Stroke. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yep, so now we get to play out Gurmag Angler. They get to Path to Exile it. We say, oh no, Path to Exile, our only weakness. And then they untap, they slam Primeval Titan, we Disdainful Stroke it, and then we untap, slam Death Shadow, and have a Stubborn Denial. Yeah, like, we know he has Path, but he's going to have Path forever if we don't make him cast it on something. And this way we get to untap with a Shadow. Because there's like a 0% chance that he doesn't just like Garen Briggs slam Titan here. Alright. Serum Visions is good. We can Serum first to set up our draw with this Royal Scions. I kind of like those. So let's go Battle Rage, Shadow on top of the Battle Rage, draw and discard with the Scions, discard the Thought Scour, play Shadow, Shadow, say go. See what our opponent decides to do. we stubbing a path? Yes. Because we're going to get to untap with this Scions. We can ultimate it, targeting ourselves. Is this another Titan? Feels like another Titan. Come on, Gargaroth. Dang. Alright. So let's ult a Royal Scions. See what we draw into. So opponent is pretty dead here. Let's shoot ourselves. Yeah. Opponent is super dead. Cause either way they've got to put some zombies somewhere, and we get to cycle, battle rage, have our cake, fatal push it too. Just for good measure. YOLO. Ha 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 ha! Get out of here. Get out of here. Alright, let's update our record. 3 and 2, update. Let's update our match results. White Reclaimer Field. I need to update these more often. So these are not quite up to turn. Alright, what did I miss in the chat? JP, love your 4-color list. Tested Scourge in the heavy red list last week, and I just hated it, so I've gone back to your Sultai red list, and it feels super smooth and reliable. Bolt and Scourge are not good unless you're playing Rakdos. Pretty hard agree there. Like, I think that Scourge is okay if you're playing like the Rakdos heavy deck, but I just don't think that the Rakdos heavy deck is good. So that's kind of the trade-off you make there. But I don't think Scourge is good in any of the other variants. You can get away with using it as like a one-of traverse target, but I think if you're like building a dedicated shadow deck, then it's not really where you want to be. It's too much variability. And then, yeah, I'm not a fan of Bolt, especially right now. I think Bolt's pretty bad. Antis, he has Path. You can cast Gurmag and Shadow next turn. So the thing was, when we played the Shadow, or we played the Gurmag, we knew that he had the Path to Exile, and he was going to use the Path to Exile. But that Gurmag Angler doesn't matter. Like, that card basically has 0 text if it's not out on like turn 2 against the Field of the Dead decks. It's not killing your opponent quick enough, even with Battle Rage, to be the primary threat. And it's often getting blanked by things like Path, Purge, Bajuka Bog, zombie tokens, whatever. Like, you really need to get the Shadow Battle Rage duo together. And since we knew our opponent was going to be untapping and playing a Titan there, we were going to get the free turn on his turn to just Disdainful Stroke the Gurmag, get our Royal Scions closer to ulting to help us find that Battle Rage, and go from there. And we happened to get to set it all up kind of perfectly, but if we had ulted the Royal Scions, we would have found the pieces anyway. But yeah, Gurmag in the matchup after turn 2 just like doesn't matter. It's too slow. So if I get to trade the Gurmag for the Path in his hand, plus get another land, I'm pretty okay with that. Um, is this the Bobbleless version? Yes, we're playing the Bobbleless version of Grixis. I think Rakdos isn't much worse than the other Prowess versions. I don't think it's worse by any means. I just think that the deck itself in a vacuum is a little overrated. As far as Apostles' Blessings, I have not tried them yet. I kind of put them in so that I could remember to try them, but the only time I played it was in like a one of in the sideboard and I didn't see it. See, kind of like it, never played it. Are you talking about the Apostles' Blessing still, or the that version of Shadow? I was like, Apostles' Blessing, I like the idea behind it. Um, and I know Bench was pretty positive on it, but to me it feels like we might run into the issue of that spot being like just a trade out between 3 or 4 different variations of the same effect. Like you're either playing Apostles' Blessing or Veil of Summer or like Lazotep Plating, and they're basically all just doing the same thing. Just here's some amount of mana to keep your thing from dying to targeted removal, and it's just a matter of what targeted removal you're expecting. I got a couple paper Apostles' Blessings over here for whatever reason. But I have not gotten a chance to test out Apostles' Blessing extensively, so I do not have an informed decision on the card just yet. But today, like we're testing out. Let me pull up the actual list for today, because I've been changing stuff around over here. We're testing out 15 individual sideboard slots in Grixis, because I'm still feeling pretty uncertain about what sideboard hate I want at the moment. And I'm kind of hoping that this challenge will give me a little better idea going into tomorrow what's actually relevant, so I can trim a lot of the fat from the list. You like Blessing as a proactive card as well as creatures of chosen color can't block. That's very true. No argument there. Against like the Field of the Dead decks, like the 4-color Uro decks, being able to use it to both stop a Path to Exile, a Teferi coming down from like bouncing your guy, or like an Archmage's Charm from stealing your shadow, as well as being able to untap and Apostle's Blessing your shadow to swing through like some zombie tokens for lethal is very nice. So you are correct that application is relevant. Kind of reminds me of Faith Shield. Is that the card? The one from like Innistrad or Dark Ascension with Fateful Hour. Let's see if I can find that card. Faith's Shield. Yeah, give protection and then Fateful Hour if you have a really low life total. All of your stuff gets protection from the chosen color. So if you're playing like Abzan Shadow or Esper Shadow, that might be one to look at. It's got like a higher upside than Apostle's Blessing, Because you can just give that protection to all of your creatures and get a big alpha strike in. The downside is you do have to be at a really, really low life total. So you got some work to do to get there. You know what card I miss casting is Ranger Captain of Eos. Like out of the older 4-color shadow builds, they were running like um, the Jun base and then white out of the board for like Lingering Souls, Ranger Captain, stuff like that for the grindier matchups. Wonder how much Ranger Captains are on here. Look up Faith Shield, Ranger Captain of Eos. So, Faith Shield. 0.02. Oh, baby. Ranger Captain of Eos. Or it's not Ranger Captain, it's just Ranger of Eos. Yeah, this one. Why not? Yeah, Arsonist, you caught on right as I was saying it. 100% meant Ranger of Eos, not Ranger Captain of Eos. Some of these random cards that I thought, or I had at one point, just don't now. Um, yeah, you're reading that right. I am saying Architects of Will for the Mausoleum Secrets boards. Um, anything else? I think I've got Path. Yeah, I've got Conflux Paths. What else am I forgetting? Oh, I wanted to get a Kira. Kira, Great Glass Spinner. Is there anything else? There's probably a bunch of stuff I'm forgetting. But that's fine. I love picking up a lot of these like janky commons and uncommons because they always are dirt cheap and you just get like play sets or near play sets of everything. Played enough Mardu Shadow to remember Ranger Captain. Right. Mardu Shadow during the Hogak time was pretty fun. Still got a lot of my random Mardu Shadow stuff laying around. Like, let's see if I can find an example. I've got a set of Tidehollow Scullers over here somewhere that were from Mardu. If you disappeared 2 Tidehollows. Not in that stack. You are not in that stack. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. Some mental missteps. Notion Thief. Talking about the Joker and the Thief in the Night. Where did those Tidehollows disappear to? These things have straight up and walked away. Hmm. Oh well. They're around here somewhere. Main deck Nihil Spellbomb was hilarious. I cannot argue with you there. I do like me some main deck Nihil Spellbomb. And when your opponent had like an 80% chance of playing Hogak, then it was pretty worth it. Like, oh, at worst, this is a redraw. At best, I stop you for a turn. Because Lord knows you're going to get to rebuild the turn after. But I remember, like, right before Hogak started getting popular, or before Modern Horizons was printed, there was there was another black-red Vengevine deck with, like, Stitcher's Supplier, Bridge from Below, Faithless Looting, um, what's that dude? The zombie, that Carrion Feeder, and a bunch of stuff like that that was pretty popular. And I couldn't count the number of times that I just had like a cast Death Shadow when I'm at 18 life to get rid of like double Bridge from Below or something. See, I love playing Black White Eldrazi Processor during Hogak Summer for main deck Relics. Rough. Back when I couldn't afford fetches. Fetches are pricey. No argument there. Like, I'm not looking forward to picking up new copies of like the expeditions, the new box topper expeditions for Shadow. Like, I want to get a lot of the non-foil ones. See, Wiltron didn't have Carrion Feeder. That's right, Carrion Feeder came in Modern Horizons. Um, had Walking Ballista, Endless One, or some were playing like Hangerback Walker. Um, Viscera Seer, that's the one I was thinking of. Not Carrion Feeder. You played that deck top 8 in SCG Classic with it. Nice. Very nice. Congratulations on that finish. I never got around to main deck Surgicals, but I did run main deck Spell Bombs. Yeah, all those free creatures to trigger your Bridge from Belows. So you just have like turn 1, land Stitcher Supplier, flip over a bridge, Ballista for 0, Ballista for 0, Hanger back for 0, make 3 zombies, go. And it's like, alright, well, I don't really have a hand, but I've got 7 power in play across 4 bodies. So, or you'd have the draws that were like Stitcher Supplier, Pitch Over, uh, Bridge from Below, Vengevine, Hanger back, Trigger Venge, or Hanger back, Trigger Vengevine, make a 2/2, Walking Ballista, make another 2/2, attack your opponent for 4. Now I've got 9 power on board across 4 bodies with a bridge. Yeah, it was a glass cannon deck, but you had a lot of power if your opponent wasn't playing like exactly Surgical Extraction in multiples or Leyline of the Void. Deck had a really tough time against Leyline, but it's also why Leyline of the Void spiked to like $40 a copy for a while. Like, let's see if we can pull up the price chart. It's like Leyline now 15, but it also got reprinted. Um, so Bridgevine would have been here. Yeah. Bridgevine was like summer to the fall of 2018. And ley lines are spiking up. Let's see. I was dumb enough to buy ley lines and surgicals at premium. I bought ley lines at a premium. I already had surgicals, fortunately. Let's see. Wiltron should look up my old list. Let's see. There's gonna be a whole bunch of Bridgevine decks. Wait, I saw SCG Modern Classic. This is Hogak. That's not what we're looking for. Let's see. You have to look up Black Red, Bridgevine. William Jordan. Alright, so Jordan, Bridgevine, SCG Classic. Aha. And I'll show you a funny story in a second. Yeah, Hangerback, Gargadon, Bushwhacker. I forgot about the Bushwhackers. So you could have those turns where you have like a bridge in the yard and just go like stitch your supply or flip over something. Hangerback for 0. Get a token, get back your Vengevines, and kick a Bushwhacker and just... Nice. Alright, let me see if I can find this real quick. Yeah, so I had a... Not going to play it through, but I had a winning in to a top 8 of Atlanta last year that I lost to Austin Collins. It was literally like last round of it because I punted somewhere. Yeah, it was like right one of these turns in here. So he's got an Azusa. I'm brutalitying, killing the Azusa. And I think the issue was I pitched an extra card to brutality that I didn't necessarily need to. Killed the Azusa, and I was going to duress the hand because if he had a Summoner's Pact, I wanted him to fire it off there and not get to untap and play it. And he untapped and drew into a Tireless Tracker and got to play out a tracker plus like a bounce land to pick up his Cavern of Souls and make a clue. And I didn't have the ability to snap back the brutality here. And he made a clue, cracked. He had to chump block, or no, he didn't chump block with the Tireless Tracker, but I attacked and put him down to 1, and if I'd had the Snapcaster, I could have Snap Brutality'd, but since I got rid of it to stop him from tightening, he made a clue, drew for turn, cracked his clue, and then played a Titan. And just like top decked into it right there, and I was like, yeah, Yep. But if I had not pitched the Snapcaster to the Brutality, I could have Snap Brutality to kill him that turn. But from there, he just got like Field of the Deads and stuff, and I was dead. But that was game 3, turn like 5 or something. But it was a fun match. But it was rough because he was live to top 8 with a win or a draw, but he was on a pair down, and I was dead to top 8 with a draw or a loss. So I had to win, and he was dead on a loss. So he had to either draw or win. I had to win. So he couldn't scoop to me. We ran through like all the tiebreaker scenarios, and that didn't happen. Basic lands are beta. They are beta. But there's also a fun one here. The round before against Affinity. Get to play out all these great Magic cards. This dude Anthony that I play against is like one of the nicest guys I've ever met in a Magic tournament. Super chill dude. I met somebody or had somebody in stream one time who was like from Anthony's area or played at the same shop as him. So this is like, I just keep drawing Thought Scours and Gurmag Anglers. And I'm like, alright, well, I'm going to try to hit you enough times for this to be relevant. So it's like, alright, let's play out Gurmags and delve stuff away. And you'll see the fatal issue here. So I'm like, alright, there's no way he attacks right with everything. And he's just like, nope, we're shipping in. So block Gingerbrute because I don't want that to be unblockable. I can potentially find a removal spell for the Vault Scourge. I just don't want the... Yeah, I've got the Fatal Push. I'm like, I'm Fatal Push the Untapped Ravenger because I'm like, if I untap and draw a red source, I've got a Battle Rage in hand. And so I can just kill him. And then I draw, and it's like, not a red source, not a fetch land. I'm like, dang. So now I can't really do too much. But I've got a third Gurmag Angler. So I'm just going to play it out and bluff another Fatal Push and see what happens. And he's like, here's an all the glitters. And I'm like, yep, I'm dead as hell. I was hoping like maybe he wouldn't fire up 2 flyers to play around push or something, but it happened. But games 2 and 3 were sick. Like, super excited about those. Rip Affinity, you were so beautiful. Yeah, like Anthony said he'd been playing it for years and years and years and absolutely love it. And my heart breaks for players like him. Let's see. Can we full screen this? Yeah. Get a little paper magic in here with some really bad live commentary. There's a funny little quip earlier where Matthias said something like, here's one of the matchups of modern past, and Emma said something like, oh, you mean Foil Affinity versus OG Grixis Death Shadow? And it's like, yeah, that's how it looked for sure. I love the hand thing. Even do that now on stream sometimes. Alright. So both ship it. Pretty bad hands. I think mine was like a no-lander. I was like, yeah, I'm already a dog in this matchup, so I need something a little bit better. Unfortunately, Anthony caught me the one weekend I was sideboarding like 3 copies of Kolaghan's Command. So I got a little bit fortunate on that one. Usually against Affinity, my sideboard plan was like board out a couple copies of Stub, board out some Thought Seizes, some Street Wraiths, and board in like any removal spell I have in my sideboard, plus K commands, obviously. You can see an Etch Champion hanging out in his hand. Or no, he bottomed an Etch Champion, I think, here. Kept all that glitters. Look at these beautiful, beautiful signatures. Yeah, so like Etch Champion, Ornithopter, Springleaf Drum, All That Glitters, Basic Mountain. I'm like, I'm not killing you fast. This Etch Champion is, if it resolves, I'm not going to be able to deal with it. So let's just take that one. You're about to get to see the world's greatest drown in the lock, I believe. Yeah. I was like, I don't want to hold this drown for an Etch Champion or something because there's just no guarantee I'm going to have the damage in the graveyard when it matters. Or the cards in his graveyard when it matters. The blind snap beats. I think honestly that turn right there, playing out the blind snapcaster was the turn that won me the game. You'll see why. See, I miss watching live paper tournaments as well. Miss major pauper events. I've never played in a major pauper event. Alright, so like he's just refusing to fire up this Blinkmoth Nexus, um, which I completely respect. Like if I have the removal spell, then he's just in a world of hurt. But I've got a K command in my hand, Dreadbore or something else. It's like, alright, let's kill a plating and kill an ornithopter. Keep cracking on with this Snapcaster. Drew into a Gurmag there, which was really nice. Oh, my match has started. No. We'll get back to this. Go away. Go away. I won the die roll. I would love to play first. Oh, 4 lands is a bit heavy for me, so I'm going to ship this. Nope. KK Christian, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. All right, so we'll keep this. Got to put 2 back. I know the second Gurmag Angler and the Snapcaster seems fine. I don't know what I'm playing against, so I can't really make specific choices off the Serum Visions, but I know that I wouldn't mind drawing like a Thought Scour or or more fetch lands, so I can kind of hedge towards those. Like at the very least, I can look for things that are proactive at getting my threats out. Did they not let you move your hand around anymore? That's lame. Breeding Pool, Birds of Paradise, eh? How many of these Gurmag anglers have I gone through so far? Let's see. Looking rather tan, by the way, in that. I mean, it was a darker time for sure. I found mulligans to be the most difficult part of learning Grixis. I'm so used to having more threats that I want to keep hands like that first one. Right. That is a pretty big consideration with Grixis, is you have to be a little disciplined on what is or is not an acceptable keep. The old Ice Fang. Alright. So this is like a Bant Blink deck, probably. Which means we're in pretty bad shape, especially with the mulligan. So you usually can probably bug restart client when you get a chance and should fix it. Awesome, I'll give that a shot after this match. I was supposed to restart after last match, and y'all didn't remind me. Alright, so I'm just going to flash in this Snapcaster here. I'm not getting any mileage by holding it in my hand. So I might as well get it on the battlefield. Maybe there's a chance that my opponent trades like the Ice Fang for it. Now, if they have another Coatl, I'm pretty much dead. Yeah. Just getting to death touch both of these Coatls is kind of backbreaking. But I'm going to play out a Shadow regardless. Yeah, so when it comes to like mulliganing with Grixis, uh, you do have to take into account that you're... Alright. Alright, we'll scoop it up to that one. You do have to take into account that you're not a threat first deck. You're definitely a find a threat eventually deck. Alright. So, it's kind of a matchup where we just need a lot of good luck. We kind of have to have them not draw the greatest. We need to see things at the right time. Like, I want interaction for Ephemerate, but I don't want to be all in on the Ephemerate plan. I want as much instant speed, good removal as I can get. Maybe, K-Command or Royal Signs. Probably K-Command. Dispute can save from Coatl potentially. The issue there is like Coatl's the only thing that Dispute is getting value against. And I don't know if it's worth it if that's the only thing that a card is good against. What were my losses? My losses were to Tron, because I had a bit of a funky game 3, and then Gruul mid range. All right, we've got a turn 2 Gurmag Angler. Turn 2 Gurmag, hopefully turn 3 Shadow. Like, the Gruul decks are pretty good, but I wouldn't call them just, like, backbreaking. Alright, so I'm Thought Scouring here because if I draw into, like, a Fatal Push or something like that, I would probably rather Fatal Push this Hierarch than do a lot of my other plays. But I kind of want to set up for like a one-turn kill with a Shadow if I can. Let's opt. I don't really want to play out the Shadow this turn into just like a potential Skyclave right here. I'm fine playing out the Gurmag Angler since they can't Skyclave it. But I kind of want to save this Shadow for after I've drawn something like a Thoughtseize or Inquisition to get Scourge out of the way, or Skyclave Apparition out of the way. Well, Glasspool Mimic. Alright. So that's one removal spell down. Alright, so let's Serum Visions. Okay. Okay. These are Magic cards. We will put Battle Rage, Plague Engineer above that. Can't get Engineer right now, but we can play out Double Shadow. So that we can untap, Thought Scour our opponent, or Thought Scour our opponent into turn, draw into the Plague Engineer, and then untap, draw the Battle Rage. So this looks like a Skyclave, yep. I really hope they don't have an Ephemerate right here. Alright. If they had an Ephemerate, things were going to get really, really rough for us. So let's just get rid of the double Hierarchs. Attack with our Shadow. And I think if our opponent's not blocking, am I battle raging? I think that I am. Like, our opponent's a Path to Exile deck with more Scourge of the Skyclaves. This cuts them off another fetch land and puts it to where both of our creatures are lethal next turn. So I believe that Battle Rage is correct. Ooh, all they hit was an Ice Fang? Nice. Nice Fang, am I right? Alright. Removal spell. Removal spell. Second Skyclave Apparition's pretty scary. Um, yeah, I just have to trade off this Plague Engineer for the Skyclave. I get a 1/1 back, which is technically a lethal threat, so... Save this fetch land in hand in case I draw like a Snapcaster or Fatal Push. Alright. Spell Queller. Did not see that one coming. Spell Queller Company. I wonder if they're not on Ephemerate. Like, maybe it's just a Bant Company deck. Because if you're playing Company, you have to play like a critical mass of creatures. Usually, I think like 26 is kind of the minimum to fairly reliably hit 2 creatures off of Company. So if you've got 26 creatures, 4 Company, and we assume like 4 Path, then that's like 26 lands. I'd assume they're probably running like 22, 23 lands. We saw Glasspool Mimic. I'm wondering if there's any way that we can narrow down them not having Ephemerate. Because if they don't have it, then I'm a lot less high on Stubborn Denial. Like, I would much rather have it out of the deck if they don't have Ephemerate. But I just don't know if there's a way that we can make that assumption. Alright. Kill a thing, take a thing, play a thing. Opponent mold to 6 too. Alright. I think we are going to take the age-old philosophy of Bolt the Bird. Or are we? What's the worst case scenario for turn 2 if we don't bolt this bird? Auriok Champion, yeah. Mirran Crusader. Like, we don't care about holding up Spell Queller. Alright, so I'm going to Inquisition. I've talked myself into it. Should have bolted the bird. Double Ice Fang Coatl is rough. Alright. I'm going to start chipping away at Ice Fangs. I made a comment earlier about, like, if you see Giver of Runes, you kind of have to kill it because it just makes all of your other removal spells dead. I think that holds true here. It's like next turn I can Snap Push or Snap Inquisition, something like that. So opponent's hand is Celestial Purge, Ice Fang Coatl. And they are attacking with the bird. Okay. Okay, deck. This is Snap Inquisition, right? Like, I can K-command, kill a Hierarch, make them discard, and they can respond by flashing in Coatl, and they take... I guess you are right. The only issue is, like, there's no guarantee that they flash in Coatl. But I guess that's fine if they put Coatl onto the stack and we get to K-command, shoot the Coatl, make them discard the Celestial Purge. Right. So, hit you two. And, like, we're still not out of the woods by any means. Windswept Heath is good because that means they drew dead. Or it doesn't mean they drew dead. It means that one of their cards they drew was dead. I like that one. I like that one a lot. So I think I'm just going to play out Lavamancer and hold up Go for the Throat. Like, if my opponent Spell Quellers this, yeah, like, I can Go for the Throat the Spell Queller. Just going to do it now to play around like another Spell Queller off the top. I would like to cast you. Don't think Coatl is that serious when he's so far from turning on Death Touch. So it wasn't so much that the Coatl was like a serious consideration as it was it drawing a card help protect this purge. Because then it's like I can't K command the purge. Um, I don't really have any good lines to take there. Okay, deck. I see you. So I think this is just play out Gurmag. We'll delve 2, hold up the Lavamancer activation. So they can't Spell Queller this. They can't Skyclave Apparition it. And it lives through Kozilek's return. Veil's Summer. Or did we just... Yeah, I'm just like shooting the Hierarch in response to this. Get rid of a push and a Go for the Throat. Like, we're just kind of cutting them down off of mana. We've been attacking the hand, now we're attacking the clock and the mana. Alright, are we going for Thoughtseize? I don't think there's a reason to go for Thoughtseize here. Like, I've got Snap Push. It's another Coatl. my snap pushing this. I think I am. Like, I just kind of want to keep all of my opponent's stuff off the board now. It's like, I've got the reset button. Yep. So now I've just got like a lethal attack with this Gurmag Angler if he doesn't block. So let's go Thoughtseize. So if he's got something, he's got to use it. Sure. I think this is the same scenario. Like, putting him down to 1 is good for us. Because if that was the case, we should have attacked with the Snapcaster too. Like, we have Kozilek's Return that can just wipe the board if we need it to. What is that attack signal? It has to mean that there's a backup creature. So if he flashes in like a Coatl, I just get to Kozilek's Return with the Coatl trigger on the stack. Yeah, if it's Queller and he flashes in and blocks the Snapcaster, then I'm just going to let him have the block, and then I get to Kozilek's Return after combat and like wipe away the Skyclave Apparition and the Queller. And I get my 1/1 token off of this Skyclave Apparition. So now he has to top deck like a Company. Company or like a Coatl into something. Scavenging Ooze is pretty good. Reaper Quebec, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon. Assuming if you're in Quebec, probably afternoon. Alright, so let's Serum Visions. So if we draw or see a Fatal Push off of our Scry, we can like scour them into it. Don't see a Serum Vision, so we'll opt. Again, just looking for like a Fatal Push. Voila. GG's. Ha ha ha, Bant Blink. Get out of here. GG's indeed. That was a lot closer than I wanted it to be, honestly. And we saw that our opponent did respect the Grim Lavamancer there. Like, skyclaving the Lavamancer even when we had no cards in our yard. Because we've just found one of those Thought Scours like a turn sooner, than that Lavamancer would have absolutely run away with things. Alright, back to the really bad video coverage. So we've been beating opponent in the face with a Snapcaster for like 12 turns. Pedro, really like your play patterns, well played. I appreciate it. Oh, Sappy, you're right. Restart Moto. Let's... Yes. TGO. Thank you for the reminder. Spicy Burb, yes, 4-2. I don't believe we are live for top 8, but we should still be live for like top 32. Which is, Alright. Moto has been restarted. As long as it doesn't give me an error message. Don't give me an error message. It's been doing it a lot recently. DJ Sappy contributed 10,000 total points to the Shadow Watch 2020 challenge. For those of you who don't know, the Shadow Watch 2020 challenge is a community channel point goal where you can put channel points towards a 12-hour Shadow stream. And it's going to be really fun hanging out, playing a bunch of Shadow, and probably have like a giveaway, something. It'll be a fun time. So, let's see, 4-2 is still good with Grixis, no less. Meta is hostile to it as fuck. I agree with that. We are 25% of the way done with our channel points, or with our Shadow Watch challenge. So I know that it has a date on there. We're going to keep extending that date until it finishes. So just because it shows like it's going to be done in whatever amount of time, don't think that's the case. We're just going to keep going until we hit the goal. So don't feel like you have to contribute because it's on a shortened time frame. Starburst is, yes, it is only 98 players, so it is a pretty small event. So that improves the chances of making top 8 with a lower record. J-Pod, 6,000 points towards the Shadow Watch Challenge. Reaper Quebec, 310 points towards the Shadow Watch Challenge. Appreciate both of y'all for hanging out today. But the meta is a little hostile towards Grixis. But that's what makes it fun, right? Ramo with 2,000 points to the Shadow Watch Challenge. Thank you so much. Yeah, Spicy, we're watching one of my matches on coverage from last year at SCG Atlanta, and we watched my punt a second ago and my winning in, and this one was kind of cool because it's like Affinity. Nobody gets to see Affinity anymore versus a bunch of really bad Death Shadow cards. Is it you playing the sign Grixis Death Shadow? It is. It is me. Can confirm. We have little bits of evidence laying around. Like, oh, that Kolaghan's command you see in the graveyard right there. We've got more of them. So, things like that. I think that's the actual one. You can see it's a thinner pen signature as opposed to the thicker Sharpie signature. Very tanned indeed. I've gotten pasty. Let's see. I've been on camera once and got smoked by Hoogland in a bad matchup. Rough. I've been on backup feature a good bit of times, but I think I've only been on primary feature a few times. Hopefully he didn't get smoked by Hoogland when he was in the owl costume. That would be rough. Arsonist, Ravnish Kashaks Arbe, indeed. I 100% prefer original printings whenever I can find something. There's a few exceptions, like I've got Dominaria Ops. Yeah, Ops, because they're signed and can't find like Invasion Ops signed. Reaper, 80% or 100% signed Rock and 80% on Etron. Nice. That's really good. I think with Shadow, I was at. God, I think I was missing like 10 cards from Grixis, and now I've like sold off most of my signed stuff, and I am rebuying Shadow signed of everything, or sending stuff to artists where applicable. Trying to get all of Grixis Death Shadow signed, which is going to be a pain in the ass. I got to make concessions somewhere, like Scalding Tarns. Probably not going to find Shadow signed, but see, no owl costumes. The SCG tournament before Twin got banned. He was playing Kiki Cord. He got second and lost to Titan, which basically got Summer Bloom banned. Yeah, good times. Not good times. I bought one single collector's Zendikar booster for my 2020 purchases this year since COVID and pulled foil Nissa and foil Wooded Foothills Expedition. Nice. I'm starting to pick up my expeditions for Grixis out of the new ones because I want to get those signed. So I'm like working on my Polluted Deltas and waiting for the local shop to get some more Bloodstained Mires and Scalding Tarns and stuff. Working my way on Jund, but Ren and 6 is impossible. Yeah, Chase Stone is not the guy to go to when you need signatures. Luckily, he doesn't have a long list of cards that people are really looking for. Titan guy had like 3 Titans on 2. Tron is everywhere these leagues. Shadow Sign, is that where it gets signed twice, once in a lighter color? It's not necessarily a lighter color, but it is signed twice. And I'll show some examples here. Alright, so like, these are Shadow Sign Damping Spheres. They're signed in blue with like a silver trace on them. So those are kind of an example of a light on light shadow signature. But I've also got, if I remember what stack any of this stuff is in. Oh, what stack did I put you in? Shadows, shadows, shadows. I'm not disorganized at all. What are you talking about? Why can I not remember what stack of cards I've put anything in? Nope, is this it? This looks like it. This is it. This is where the Tide Hollow Scullers were roaming around. But like my actual... Let's get off of that. Yeah, come back, Moto. Yeah, like my actual Death Shadows are shadow signed as well. And they're like a darker silver. So it is, it's not necessarily the light and dark. It's just 2 different colors and typically one of the colors is used more as like a background or a highlight color. But I really like the idea of Death Shadow with shadow style signatures. I was like, that seems really cool and unique, and I don't think anybody else has done it, so why not? Let's see. Why do we need the magic swag option for points? You're always willing to show off your cool stuff. Because if I don't have the magic swag option, then I don't think Freed Mania would ever actually redeem their points. Um, Jonathan reliving the glory days. I mean, when you don't have a lot of glory days, you gotta take them where you can. Do you think we'll ever see paper tournaments like this again? I certainly hope so. I'm sure they'll be back at some point next year. It might just be later in the year. What did we lose to? We lost to Tron in a weird game 3. And since you have played a lot of Tron, I'll get your opinion on it. And then we lost to Gruul mid range. We won game 1, game 2 mold to 3, and game 3 mold to 6. Didn't see the second land until turn 3, and our opponent was able to just have like a triple 1-mana accelerant start. So a little bit of an issue there. But the Tron one. Okay, so I've got I've Inquisitioned my opponent on turn 1. I'm on the play. I Inquisition my opponent. They've got Natural Tron, Tower Mine, Power Plant in hand, Wormcoil, Thragtusk, Chromatic Sphere, Chromatic Star. So pretty redundant hand. I take away the Chromatic Star, pass the turn. They play Tronland Sphere. I draw, and I have two options. I can either Thoughtseize my opponent and play out a 4/4 Death Shadow. Fetch Shock Thoughtseize, play Death Shadow as, like I said, a 4/4. Or I can Thought Scour myself and play out a Gurmag Angler as a 5/5. I don't have another way to lose life in my hand. So at the moment, the Shadow is a 4/4. I could also like Thought Scour myself, play out the Shadow as a 2/2, and Thoughtseize the next turn. I Thought Scour myself and draw into something that didn't matter, like a Stubborn Denial, something that didn't lose life, didn't stop what he had in hand, wasn't like a Thoughtseize or an Inquisition, and play out the Gurmag Angler. And pass the turn. My opponent draws, plays second Tron land, passes back. I draw a fetch land. So I attack my opponent for 5, down to 15. Thoughtseize away the Wormcoil, play out a Death Shadow, and say go. He draws, plays third Tron land, plays Wormcoil Engine, passes back. I draw Temur Battle Rage. Or he draws and plays Thragtusk and passes back. I draw Temur Battle Rage. So he's at 20 life. I fetch and shock, so I'm at 4. I've got a 9/9 Death Shadow and a 5/5 Gurmag Angler against his Thragtusk. So the Battle Rage makes it exactly... Or no, he's at... Is it 20? Yeah, he was at 20. The Thragtusk plus the Death Shadow means that if I attack with both and he blocks the Death Shadow, I've got exactly lethal. I Battle Rage the Shadow, 5 tramples over, plus 5 for the Gurmag is 10. Well, a little more than... No, it's still short of lethal, but it's a big attack. Whatever. Um, Maybe I had another way to lose life. I don't know. It 15, 20, 23 toughness. No, that was right. Oh, it was if he didn't block, I had exactly or not exactly lethal, but I had lethal. And so I attack with both. He blocks the Gurmag Angler. So I battle rage the Gurmag, deal 5 or deal 2 trample over plus the 5 plus the 9 for the shadow. Uh, so 9, 14, 15, put him down to 5 and pass the turn. And he drew. What did he draw? Karn, something else, or I think he drew a Wormcoil there. I don't know, something that kept me from killing him. But if I had played out the Death Shadow on turn 2, and drawn into the fetch land, I would have had lethal. But because I played out the Gurmag Angler, I ended up not being able to present lethal on turn 3 with the block that he made. So it was like if I drew out or played out the Shadow and drew into a fetch land, a Wraith, a Thoughtseize, then I end up killing him. But if I don't draw one of those things exactly that next turn, then nothing changes and we still have to go to the turn after that. And I think it was more specific than that. I think it was like it had to be a fetch land because I needed to get the Shadow up to a 7/7. If the Shadow was a 6/6 from a Wraith or a Thoughtseize, it wasn't lethal. So it had to be a fetch land, exactly. It's 1 less damage. Yeah, but like if he doesn't, if like I know he's playing the Thragtusk, and if I don't find a way to lose life, I can't even attack with the Shadow because he just eats it with the Thragtusk. So I do agree that it was higher upside. We're just not sure if I think just knowing you were leaving him with Tusk was enough. That's fair. Like it was kind of a rough one because we drew exactly fetch land into Battle Rage, which was like the 2 draws in a row that punished us for playing Gurmag instead of Shadow. I think anything else, like if we didn't draw the fetch land the next turn, then the Gurmag Angler was 100% better. Well, if we didn't draw a way to lose life next turn, then Gurmag Angler was 100% better. If we drew any way to lose life, then Shadow was better. Because even like a 6/6 Shadow could attack through the Thragtusk. Or attack into it. So, yeah, it's tricky. I could easily concede the point that playing out the Shadow for the upside would have been correct. Because I mean, like when your opponent just has natural Tron, double payoff, especially payoffs that are really good against you, it's pretty bad. Like Grixis is really good against competing, or really good against fighting their ability to get Tron online, and good against fighting the non-creature threats off the top. But it's really bad against fighting like the creatures and having Tron active. Or like Natural Tron, turn 1 map on the draw, something like that. 4 colors a lot better about fighting actual Tron because you get access to like Assassin's Trophy. You can traverse for Fulminator if you're that concerned about it. But yeah, like I could easily see, oh, we're not beating that hand unless something tilts in our favor. So playing out the shadow gives us the better chance of having something tilt in our favor. You don't have to convince me much of that part. What did he draw after the Thragtusk? Let's see. Thragtusk blocked the Gurmag Angler. We So he was at 20. We did 9, 14, 16 to him, put him to 4. And he untapped with Natron. What did he have right there? I don't. Was it another Wormcoil? It had to have been, right? But I just feel like it wasn't. What was it? Yeah, he was at 20 because I hit him with a Gurmag Angler on turn 3, on my turn 3, to put him down from 20 to 15. And then he gained back up to 20 on the Thragtusk. And then I would have done 2 trample over on the Gurmag first strike, plus 5 on the second strike is 7, plus the 9 on the Death Shadow is 16. But what did he have off the top there? Like, it couldn't have been. I guess it could have been another Wormcoil, but is that. No, it was Karn. He played Karn and he exiled my Gurmag Angler. And he had the Thragtusk token. And I didn't draw a way to get the token off the board, so I attacked at Karn. He blocked with the token. Because if I attacked at him and he blocked, he just gets to exile anyway. So I attack at the Karn. He blocks with the token, untaps, minuses Karn to exile my Shadow, and then plays another Karn and starts hitting my lands. And that's when I said, well, I need to draw like Snapcaster into K Command. And I drew a Snapcaster. He's at 4 life. I pass the turn. He minuses Karn, targeting my second land. I flash in Snapcaster uh, with target doesn't matter. I didn't have any extra mana. Uh, and then he plays Wormcoil right there. That's what it was.
So it's the Karn plus the Thragtusk token on that turn after.
But like another way of losing life would have meant that the shadow was lethal. Um, but what I was saying about the life loss was if I had the fetch, or if I'd known about the fetch land, I would have attacked them for 7, put them down to 13. They would, yeah, they would Thragtusk, go back up to 18. I'd untap, or no, yeah, I attack them for 7 on turn 3, put them to 13, play Gurmag Angler. They play Thragtusk, go to 18, pass. I draw Shockland, Shadow's a 9/9, Gurmag Angler's a 5/5, and I attack. And if they block the Shadow, I Battle Rage the Shadow for lethal. If they somewhere in the math is not adding up because Shadow is attacking as a 9/9. So what did I miss? If the Shadow's a 9/9, I had to have had another shock land in there, like a watery or a Serum Visions into a watery grave. So if the Shadow is a 7/7, if I just drawn the fetch land, attack for 7 down to 13, he goes up to 18, and then yeah, the block or battle raging the Shadow if he blocks the Gurmag Angler is lethal, and battle raging the Shadow if he blocks the Shadow is lethal. So one way or the other, we were correct. Lupox winning in. I don't think it is. I think it's like winning into top 16 or something like that. I don't think it's winning into top 8. I could be wrong. I don't know where we were going into this round. Let me pull up my deck list real quick. Stream Decker. I'm trying to think about what my better draws are here. Like, what am I hoping to draw into out of this hand? I think I'm just so far off of these Snapcasters that, like, I would be looking for lands off these Serum Visions, which means I'm not looking for threats. So I think I gotta ship that. Alright, this is better. So we'll keep and bottom K command. Opponent mold to 6 with us. Peatland Hierarch. What does Peatland Hierarch tell me? Is this like Abzan with hierarchs? Oh no, it's black green infect. Oh man, this is way better for me. Never mind, I was terrified for a moment. Whew. I was in fact petrified for half a second there. Could still die, never know, but so opponent's got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 infect this turn. K command's not bad. Like, I want to attack the mana. Like, try to Fatal Push the Hierarch. And just make him use this Vines, and then next turn I can K-Command, like kill the elf, make him discard or something if he goes all in on trying to kill me. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So any pump spell could kill me. Or any any pump spell kills me here. But I think that there's at least a reasonable chance that he doesn't go for it if he can't kill me in one shot. But his deck is just a lot of pump spells, so you can very well just have it. Are we dead? I'm F6'd. Alright. Not dead. That's a pretty good draw. Alright, so I'm going to... Do they play main deck Fatal Push? I don't think they do. Like, if I go for the K command here, I get blown out by another mutagenic growth. But if they had that, they would have just killed me that turn. So I'm just going to go for K command, kill the elf, make them discard their last card. And then next turn I can like play out the shadow. Become immense. Alright. Yep. A-okay with that. Also okay with that. Definitely okay with that. So here's a shadow. Here's another shadow. Go. Crack Peatland, sure. So let's see if we can find a removal spell. Or that. Or that. This hand came together nicely. Yeah! Are we on Scourge? We are not on Scourge. I don't like the way that Scourge of the Skyclaves interacts with the rest of Death Shadow. Or the rest of Grixis Shadow. Let me specify there. So I'm not a huge proponent of the card. Alright, let's board out some of these things that aren't great here. Am I even a fan of Kozilek's Return? I don't think I am. I think just like that's fine. So the name of the game against Infect is Efficiency. They are about the only deck in Modern that can 1-for-1 the way we do on a basis that's as efficient as we can. So like for every Fatal Push and Lightning Bolt we have, they're going to have a Blossoming Defense and a Vines of Vast Woods, something like that. So we don't want to get stuck with hands with too many like
2 and 3 cost cards and have them be able to trade up on mana with us. This hand's great. And we're going to bottom Inquisition. Shaper's Sanctuary. Never a creature you control. This, yeah, so this is only creatures. It's not them. So I can Thoughtseize safely. Didn't want to remove one Battle Rage in this matchup. No, I think we're fine keeping the Battle Rage in. All right. So let's see. Phyrexian Crusaders, first strike per red and white. We don't care about that. Plague Stinger's the flyer. I think I'm just going to take the Inquisition here. Like, our opponent can play out the Glistener Elf if they want to, and we can choose if we want to interact with it or not. But we just have, like, a really aggressive, proactive hand, and I kind of want to just get my stuff on the board. Like, they can't draw a land and a way to protect, like, their Plague Stinger here. So if they play out a Plague Stinger, I can Fatal Push it, attack with my Shadow, play my other Shadow, and that's perfectly okay with me. Yep. So this is fine. Like, they don't get to play out a threat this turn, and I either get to work on finding another threat or they do have a threat. All right. Let's fetch and shock first. Yeah, we'll take an Inquisition. Yep. Assume this is Plague Stinger. So we taking Phyrexian Crusader or Veil? I think Phyrexian Crusader. And we're just going to kind of put them on a chump block duty or abyss mode for the rest of this game. Yep. Haha. Yeah, like, removing a Battle Rage or two is fine, but I usually like keeping them in just because, like, I want to give myself the chance of, oops, I killed you. Yeah, so, like, we were down here. We were definitely playing, like, hopefully winning into top 16. But you got to be, like, up here to be playing winning into top 8. So let's see. Yama Killer was our loss on Gruul. So that helps our tiebreakers a bit. Sebastian was our loss on Tron. So our losses were to 4 and 13 going into this round. Control gonna spike after a shaky start? Nah, definitely not. Like I've said, today is just kind of like testing out the sideboard to see how we want to adjust for tomorrow. Because tomorrow is like the big, um, whatever it is, big qualifier. See if I can find the technical name for big qualifier. The Zendikar Rising Championship Modern Qualifier. That's the big one. Let's see. Can I play with 17 lands in Grixis with 4 Serum Visions and 2 Opt? So ironically, I think that's what we're doing today. We might actually only have 1 Opt. Like 1 Opt, one Cling to Dust. Let me see, I can't remember what my list looks like currently. Decks. My decks. $15 singleton sideboard. No, we're on 17 for the for this challenge. But I would probably say go 18. Like you've seen how many times we've had like shaky one landers. And I think I would have preferred the 18th land. That being said, none of our shaky one landers had Cling to Dust, so they would have been a 17 lander anyway, but at least worth noting. But the list we ran was definitely 17. Update the record. Yeah, like with baubles, 17 lands is absolutely fine. Without baubles, I think I would go to the 18th land. Let's see. Avarian bauble is a must, I think. So, my question for you, and this is kind of what posed the whole discussion getting into this deck list, is why is bauble a must right now? What is the argument for bauble? Bauble historically in the past has been to get out Gurmag Angler as fast as or as reliably on turn 2 as humanly possible. Hence the whole the Turbo Angler build era. But my argument is with so many Path to Exiles and Celestial Purges and things like that running around right now, I don't think turn 2 Gurmag is necessarily good. And Serum Visions isn't necessarily the first thing we're doing on turn 1. If you've got like a Stubborn Denial or Hand Disruption, you'd rather do that. But Serum Visions helps to more consistently find our threats after that initial turn. I won't say Bauble is a must nowadays. Many players had good results in these last months without it. Like, it is a free cantrip and it fuels Gurmag. You're absolutely correct on those. I think that my argument back would be that the importance of finding. I think that the first threat we play down in a significant portion of matches doesn't matter. Either it gets removed or our opponent's interacting or getting ahead on board too much or we're too far behind on tempo and taking that turn off to play a threat just does not help our case in the slightest. So if we can sculpt our hand to better be able to deploy a threat with protection or disrupt our opponents for the first couple of turns and then deploy a threat with a quick kill, um, I think that that is more relevant in the current meta game. So like looking at things like the Uro decks, on the play if you're or on the draw if you're jamming um, Gurmag Angler, you're jamming it into Mana Leaks, Remands, Path to Exiles, Assassin's Trophies, all these sorts of things. Not great for it. On the play, you're jamming into Path to Exiles. Um, you're jamming into Path out of the 4-color Bant Splash Uro decks, Jeskai Control, the Eladamri decks. Um, yeah, like you try to lead with hand disruption, sure, but hand disruption itself isn't enough to win games at the moment because all these decks are so redundant. So I think we need to prioritize like our game plan uh, at the moment more than we need to prioritize disrupting our opponent's game plan. So Serum Visions helps us to more efficiently find our threats, um, as well as sculpt our hand over the first turn or two while playing interaction when we can to set up the ability to like play out a Gurmag with Stubborn Denial, Snap Stub, whatever, um, or Snap Thoughtseize into Gurmag on a turn, and then set up like a quick Battle Rage kill after that, or protect the queen kind of game. And I just think that if the second turn of the game was as relevant as we want it to be, then Bobble would be correct. But so many of these games are angled towards the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and beyond turns of the game, in which case Bobble is significantly worse than Serum Visions at that point. Like for a while with Bobble, it was absolutely like land turn 2 Gurmag Angler. If your opponent's not playing exactly Path to Exile, they probably can't get it off the board. But now we're in a world of like 3 mana Teferi and Assassin's Trophy, Celestial Purges all over the place. Like Gurmag Angler becomes a liability really quickly. But that doesn't mean that my answer is the only answer and it's 100% right. That's just what I've been experiencing from my leagues, which is why we've been trying out this quote circa 2017 list that's taking a lot of influence from, don't ignore the sideboard, it's messing around at the moment. Um, get out of here. This 2017 list is focusing more around the better cantrips, trying to set up a combo kill Shadow or Gurmag Angler instead of a force out the turn 2 threat uh, and hope they just can't answer it, which is kind of like what Shadow's been the last couple years. Because the last few years, all of your opponents have been um, goldfish decks. It's been Tron, Scape Shift, the Titan, any Titan decks, Amulet Titan, Storm. What else has been relevant? A lot of decks like that. But now we're kind of in an age of um, taxes and the 4-color Uro decks that are all just devoting ways to not die in the first like 2 or 3 turns of the game. And let their own creatures and spells take over after that, and we kind of have to compete with that axis. Come on, phone. All right. You're on 18 lands. Yeah, this isn't the list that I registered today. This was me in between like the round 3 or 4 matches, something like that, coming in here and adjusting around to see like what kind of change I might make for tomorrow. This isn't my current list. So don't look at this and think this is what I'm running at this moment. This is me thinking, okay, well, what was working, what mattered, what didn't matter today, what do I maybe want to change up for tomorrow. So, like today, Lightning Bolt wasn't good. Doesn't mean that Fatal Push is great. It just means we faced like Tron, the Blink deck, which Lightning Bolt was fine against. Um, Gruul, Lightning Bolt's not great. The Infect deck, it's fine, but it's worse than Fatal Push. Um, what else did we play against? Played against 2 Blink decks, Bant Blink and Abzan Blink. Ugh, so much Blink. The only thing I don't like about Grixis now is Stub. The card is in a bad position right now. So what we have been doing is like cutting down the 4th Stub for the 2nd Opt. Like this is a little bit closer to the list we have been running. Let me move stuff around, make it a little bit easier to see. Like this is the 2017 Shadow list that we 5-0'd with a couple times last week. Like this main deck. Very clean, very straightforward. Again, ignore the sideboard. This isn't the sideboard that we ran last week. This is just thinking out loud. But this is what we ran, and yeah, worked extremely well. Like just proactive spells, a lot of 3-ofs, 4-ofs, and then like the couple extra ops to help find our threats. And yeah, we did run the 4th Stubborn Denial in the sideboard, but kind of one of the issues right now is the modern metagame. Stubborn Denial, for instance, is either bad in a matchup or it's phenomenal. Like there is no in between with that card. Uh, and you kind of have to pick and choose what you're fighting over. Like against the Uro decks, I want Stubborn Denial because I want to fight over Cryptic Commands and Assassin's Trophy, Fatal Push, whatever. Like they might get to Mystic Sanctuary at back, but it buys me time. Against humans, it's terrible. Jeskai, it's phenomenal. Toolbox, it's pretty bad. Rakdos, it's anywhere from bad to good. Blitz, it's great. Titan, it's bad. Heliod, it's bad. Copycat, it's okay. Like, you just pick and choose where you want to fight your battles. And in my opinion, like I would rather pick the fights against these decks that it's good against and trust my deck to do its thing in the matches that it's bad or just board heavily. Seems legit. With all these 1 mana spells, I would try 2 Channeler in the main. The issue with Channeler at the moment is there's so much stuff that answers it if you play it out blindly. So many paths, so many pushes, and I don't really want to play out a threat if it's not being protected by Stubborn Denial, which is the whole purpose of this list. Is we're not playing out threats until we've protected them with Stubborn Denial or Hand Disruption. Like, we're not playing out a blind threat on turn 2 unless the matchup dictates it or we don't have anything else to do. And Chandler kind of plays into that game of we're wanting another thing to play out on turn 2. Spicy Burb, Kira, are you trying to assume that I don't know the glories of Kira Great Glass Spinner? Hold that thought. Oh, where are you? I don't know if it's one of these or not. If you're talking about the master of janky card choices, you've come to the right place. No, can't find it. I had an open that I played in with Kira in the sideboard, and I wrecked some people with that card. Like, I played against Jund and ended up killing him with a Gurmag Angler while he had, like, double Maelstrom Pulse, K Command Fatal Push in hand. Because he only had 5 lands and he couldn't get my Kira off the board. Like, he couldn't Maelstrom Pulse the Gurmag because he couldn't cast a second one, and he couldn't like K Command plus Fatal Push my Kira because he couldn't turn on Revolt. And I just killed him. Came up against like Jeskai Control, came up in that match, came up in another match, like absolutely nuts. Blew people out of the water with Kira. Let's see, Paulo, I can't in this list, but 1 Scourge and 1 Opt, or I need 2 Ops. So you can put a Scourge in. I just don't understand why so many people are drawn to Scourge. Like, that card, every time I've seen it, has not been good. And I really want to know what other people's experiences have been with it. Alright, so, Paulo, I'm going to ask and answer truthfully. Have you tested with Scourge of the Skyclaves, or are you saying Ninth Threat because that's what the card theoretically should be? Like, if you've played with it and it's worked out for you, absolutely. Play Scourge. I'm glad to know it's working well for you. But if you're saying it's the Ninth Threat, but you haven't played with it, then I'm going to say test it out before you go all in on it, because in my experience it has not lived up to the hype if you're not playing it in like exactly the Rakdos Shadow deck. I mean, right. And if it, Paulo, if it worked out for you, 100%, go play it. If it works, it works. Uh, but in my experience, it has not been working in anything that wasn't Rakdos Shadow. And I think that the variability on it is too high. Like, if you keep a hand with Grixis against something, or you keep a hand, let's say you've got two fetch lands, Thoughtseize, Stubborn Denial, um, Fatal Push, Snapcaster, Scourge of the Skyclaves. You've got a 7-card hand that functions as 6 if your opponent doesn't fetch and shock on turn 1. And that is the thing about that card that I hate more than anything. Like, you can use it as a ninth threat, but there are going to be times where that card is absolutely dead in your hand and you can't even play it out going about your normal game plan. Like, if it were a card where we had a lightning bolt you sub theme, like 4 bolts, 4 spikes, sure, give it a rip. But just playing our Inquisitions, Thought Seizes, Thought Scour, Op, Serum, Fatal Push, Dismember, Stubborn Denial, Gurmag Shadow game plan, not a single one of those cards turns on Scourge of the Skyclaves. And that means that we've got maybe 3 or 4 flex spots to potentially get it online aggressively. Need to play more. Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that your opinion is wrong or anything like that. I'm saying just continue to try it out and keep us updated, because I'm interested in hearing how it goes. So for sure, with no way to turn it on early with Grixis Scourge Super Medium, depends on the opponent's deck. Yeah, but like my issue that I was running into with it is if I bring up Goldfish, come on. It's bad. It's bad. Hit or miss. Sometimes they're going to have Triumph into Flagstones, into uh, whatever that land is or that spell is. Cleansing Wildfire. Sometimes they won't. It's bad. It's great. It's okay. It's bad. It's really bad. It's good. It depends. If they play out aggressively, it's okay or good. If they don't, it's bad. It's good, it's bad. Like, that's a lot of decks that it's bad against for not a lot of payoff when it's good. Yeah, it's great against other shadow decks. That's why I've seen players play it as like a one of in traverse lists, and that's fine. Like, it's a traversable target that you don't have to do additional damage to yourself to grow a lot of the times. And I would be okay with that. But I think in Grixis, if you're not at least starting off on like, okay, I gotta catch myself before I make a statement that people misrepresent. Um, in Grixis, I don't think you should be playing Scourge if you're not playing like 4 copies of Lightning Bolt at the bare minimum. That being said, turn 1 fetch shock Lightning Bolt your opponent is a bad line just to try to set up Scourge of the Skyclaves. Like, that play pattern is not good. It's not going to win you games of Magic consistently. We're not a burn deck. We can't finish off our opponent from 20 life by just firing lightning bolts if they deal with our Scourge. So you're wasting a card to try to turn on this Scourge on turn 2. If you use Lightning Bolt for any other purpose, then it's actively working against your game plan to enable Scourge. Lightning Bolt a Planeswalker, Scourge isn't online. Lightning Bolt yourself to get a Shadow, Scourge isn't online. Lightning Bolt a creature to get it off the board, Scourge isn't online. Like, I just named a scenario where 75% of the cases where you're playing Lightning Bolt, it's not turning on Scourge of the Skyclaves. So, that would be my biggest concern with playing Scourge in like Grixis, is you're just not taking optimal lines to play the deck or to play the card, and we're not really a deck that can afford to not take optimal lines. Like, we get punished for suboptimal lines. You saw that Tron matchup round 1 or whatever. Like, we played out the wrong threat on turn 2 with unknown information and got punished for it. Because optimally, if we drew what we needed to draw, the Shadow would have been better. So, take that with a grain of salt. Alright, so back to the list. Kind of deciding, like, what I want to swap around, what the list is going to look like tomorrow. Like, at what point do we just cut K command and dismember and just add like something else in that spot? Like, hey, maybe you want to run baubles in here, so you cut K command, dismember a land and something else and run 4 baubles and just like hyper Xerox your Shadow deck. I'm not saying to go do that. I'm saying what if. But like, there's got to be a game plan that we can put together. What I'm planning to do after we see our final results in the challenge is I want to go through the top like 6, 7 decks in the modern metagame and figure out like our board ins, board outs, and see if there's anything that would be better against those decks, to try to come up with like a robust sideboard. And when I say robust sideboard, I just mean like as many multiple copy pieces as we can afford to reasonably bring in. Alright, so we're hoping to fall in here somewhere. So little 19th to 16th spot. Yama Killers game 3 looking for a top 8. Looks like Gargamel is going for the only undefeated in the Swiss, potentially. Sebastian won. That's good for us. So we need Yama Killer to win to help our tiebreakers a little bit. So there's a decent chance from here we don't make top 32. Or we don't make top 16. Let's see. Did we lose to Magus and Yama? Yes. Lost to Magus round 1 on Tron with a funky game 3 ending, and then we lost to Yama Killer on. Oh no, Yama Killer lost. No, our breakers lost to Yama Killer playing Gruul. Yeah, I'm not saying that like our losses were bad by any means. Uh, I just wanted them to win to help our tiebreakers a little bit. Oops, all spells opponents killing it. Yeah, the Alpinco. Nice little 6-1 for them. Locked up top 8. So let's see. Top 8. We've got 1, 2 for sure. 3 or 3. One of them is 4 for sure. 5, 6, 7. And then it looks like there's going to be 1 X and 2 that makes it. So probably Pablo. He's like top of the X1s this round. So it's probably going to be 1, 2. The winner of this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Am I still missing an X1? 8. Ballesta, probably. Or I guess it would be the loser here, more than likely. So we can just say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Something like that. And then the X2s are going to start the 9th through 16th spot. So let's see how many X2s. Currently we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 X2s. Which will have 1 more if Pablo loses. Then 2 more here. So Pablo lost. Gargamel won. So that's another X2. So 15, potentially 16 X2s. Or not potentially. Assuming this didn't pare down. 16 X2s. So we need to beat out half of the X2s to top 16. And I didn't see where we were. Are we about halfway through the X2s? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're a little under halfway through the X2s. So, but I guess a lot of people ahead of us lost. So that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that were X and 2 ahead of us lost. And then Sebastian won, which is good for us, and Yama Killer lost, which is bad for us. So I guess we'll see. Where did I didn't really look at a lot of the finishes. So let's see. An actual potato we played. Doomwake finishing up 5-2 as well. Very nice. Michael Jacobs at 0-2. Did not find as much success with Jun this week as last week. We played him last week and he absolutely rolled us. Gideon Ravensword. It's a hell of a name. Ice 9, bit of a rough day, but huge fan of the play it out. Canister 4-3, playing for that top 32. Who else do we have? Musasabi we played earlier. Odorous Rungus we just played. Phil Hellmuth with a rough 1-2 drop. Shock Trooper with a 1-2. Sodek with the 3-4 playing it out. I always appreciate people that like play out the matches. Like there's been times where I've seen people with losing records cash because they just stuck around in the event. Wombo at 4-3. Wiltron, what happened? Say what happened, but I know it was Bogles and all spells. Guy down here coming up in positive. Was the match against MJ on stream? Yes. It was on both mine and his. He was playing Jund with like 4 copies of Luris in the main and just absolutely wrecked my face in. Arsonist, any chance of top 8? No chance of top 8. We're seeing or about to see if we made top 32 or top 16, which doesn't show us yet. Or no, I guess this is it. 19th. So, didn't make top 16. A couple points off. Oh well. It happens. Let's see. So what do we get for 19th? I think it's like play points back and yeah, play points back in 5 chests. Alright. Back to this lovely project. Pretty sure Kevin's more disappointed than I am. It was a good warm up for tomorrow, so I can't complain much. Let's see, probably watched it on stream, didn't even notice it was you getting scrubbed out about a week ago. Yeah, it was last Saturday. So exactly a week ago. All right. The sideboarding go over before we wrap up. So let's pull out a handy dandy notebook. It's not really a great way to move stuff around so people can see it. All right, so I'm just going to pull matchups on the other monitor, type notes on the other monitor, and, well, then there's no way to see chat. Such a pain. Such a pain. Let's see. Are you missing 2 dismembers? I really haven't. I thought I was going to, but dismember is like in a really bad spot right now with so many Uros and things running around, and like the mono red decks that I really don't miss it as much as I thought I would. See, Jonathan, gonna text you a modern list. You can let me know why it's bad. Off stream later is fine. Sounds good. You can just let me know whenever. So the first match or the first matchup is the 4-color Uro decks. See, who asked earlier why I had a swag reveal if I just reveal everything anyway? And I told them it was so Freed had something to spend channel points on. So now I've got to come up with another swag reveal. And that swag reveal is going to be... What is that swag reveal going to be? It's going to be a story reveal. How about that? So, I've got like 5 or 6 of these Kaladesh, the Fastlands, Botanical Sanctum, Blooming Marsh, Concealed Courtyards, those kind of lands. And they all have a number written in the corner. So like Botanical Sanctum, you can see that number 9 written up there in the corner. I was walking by a booth, and this is like at a GP or an Open or something 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I was walking by this booth, and there's a guy there that was pricing out some stuff, and started like striking up a conversation with him, just asking about like some of the stuff that their booth did differently, uh, what all they had that other booths didn't. And he was like talking about himself, and this guy was probably in like his 60s, um, somewhere around there. Really excited, energetic guy. And we're just striking up this conversation. He's talking about like where their store's from, uh, why they came to this particular event, um, what what their normal staff does, all this. And we get in like 10 minutes into this conversation, and I'm like leaning on the counter, like looking off this way at the actual main event. He's over here, like to my left, pricing out stuff, and I just hear him yell on the side of me, just like, son of a bitch. And I'm like turning, like, what did I do? Like, I realized I was leaning on the counter, but like, you haven't said anything yet. And he's got this stack of fast lands, and he's like, I forgot to put the penny sleeves on. I was like, what? And he just shows me these fast lands. Like, he's gotten through a playset of Blooming Marsh, a playset of Botanical Sanctum, and like a couple others, and he's written the price on the corner of all of them, up in the top corner. And I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. And he's like, can you keep a secret for me? And I was like, sure. He's like, I will sell you all of these for like 90% off. Like they're normally $8, $9, $10. I'll sell them to you for like less than $1 a piece if you just don't tell anybody that I wrote on all of these lands with the pen. Like, don't tell anybody working here that I wrote on all these lands and sold them to you for cheap. And I was like, all right. So I bought like a playset of Blooming Marsh, playset of Botanical Sanctums, and like a couple of Concealed Courtyards, and spent a grand total of like $10 on what would have cost me like near 100 and something, just because he'd written on them. So now I've just got all these random fast lands with like an 8 or a 9 or an 11 up in the corner. So yeah. All right. So swag reveal taken care of. Back to sideboarding. 4-color Uro. If regardless of which version, I'm definitely taking out Battle Rage. If I'm expecting, or if it is Bant, K Command's not great, Dismember's not great. Fine shaving some pushes. Everything else is pretty fine. So board ends. I know I'm boarding in Cling to Dust. If we're going with this configuration, Mystical Disputes and Ashiok's could all be considerations. Alpine Moon can be a weapon against Field of the Dead. Maybe we board out the 4th push and just go like that. Does that seem reasonable? Oh, 4th Stubborn Denial. What am I doing? So it would be like that. Is that good enough to beat an Uro deck? It's close. Like, we kind of have to hope that they stumble a little bit. This is one of the matchups where if you were playing Apostle's Blessing, it would for sure be a board in. Like, maybe that's good enough. I don't know if I love the 3 Cling to Dust. Like, that might be too many copies of that effect in the board. Like, maybe we would rather have 2 Cling to Dust and an Nihil Spellbomb. But my argument for this whole, like, robust sideboard was Cling to Dust is something we could bring in against Burn. We could bring it in against Prowess. Um, against like Jun, things like that that were going grindier. We can bring it in against the Uro decks. Like it's got a lot of utility, and that's the thought there. So we'll say for the moment, 4-color Uros like a straight in, straight out match. It's like we have things that we want to cut for sure. We have things we want to bring in for sure. So let's look at humans. We know we're cutting Stubborn Denial. I'd like to cut a Gurmag Angler, a Thoughtseize, and then like a Wraith or 2. But something like that, at least, is fine. We know we'd be bringing in K commands. We know we'd be bringing in Lightning Bolts. So then the next option would be like Pithing Needle, but it only stops Kudro and Aether Vial, or like Horizon Canopy. We could bring in Cling to Dust just to gain a little bit of life. Or we could not board out the Street Wraith and the Thoughtseize. But then it becomes, is this good enough to beat humans? And I don't think it is. I think we have to have either like a sweeper effect or Plague Engineer, something like that. So on the notepad, we'll put humans need 2 to 3 sideboard slots, preferably sweeper. Because I don't want to get too high on like targeted removal out of my board. So the next one is Jeskai Control. Let's see. Unexistent. Human, spirits, and goblins are all around. Triple Plague Engineer is what I'm on right now. Triple Plague Engineer is pretty spicy. Like, I haven't seen a lot of spirits or goblins, but I've seen a decent uptick in humans recently. And then Plague Engineer has the random added effect of coming in against things like the Blink decks. You can certainly play it out against like taxes. So certainly not against considering that idea. The next one was Jeskai Control. So against Jeskai, Gurmag Angler, I'm fine trimming a copy. Battle Rage is pretty bad. If there's no like Stoneforge Mystics, um, then Push coming out is fine. If they're on like the heavy burn plan, like Bolts and Lightning Helixes, then I'm pretty okay shaving like a Street Wraith. Dismember is pretty bad. Board ends. Could do like maybe Pithing Needle. Pithing Needle if they're Planeswalker heavy. K commands for sure. Probably Cling over Ashiok. Something like that. But if we cut back on Clings, we could very easily add in Ashiok. So I don't mind that idea. Like going with this kind of sideboard plan. But let's make some notes. So Jeskai, Cleansing Wildfire. Don't have. I'm just gonna make a note that we don't have any sort of like a haymaker effect for that matchup. Like we don't have anything that we kind of resolve and say like, all right, you've got to deal with this. All of our stuff is kind of one for one with them. Let's see. Do you think Skyclaves are bad in Grixis Shadow? We have a command for that. Boom. And I'll give you a second, and then I'll kind of go back over that just to go through my 2 cents on Scourge of the Skyclaves. Why zero Mishra's Bauble? Because I think that forcing turn 2 Gurmag Angler right now is not good. And that's the primary purpose of Mishra's Bauble, is to increase your ability to get down a turn 2 Gurmag Angler. And since that's not good, and we're kind of having to play for like the turn 4, 5, 6 game anyway, plus more, then Serum Visions over Mishra's Bauble means we get a much better cantrip in the mid to late game at the sacrifice of some of the explosive ability. But I think that Modern right now is just like not a format where explosiveness wins. What was the next match? The Titan decks. Oh, baby. But back to Agent 56K's question about Scourge of the Skyclaves. Essentially, my argument comes down to Scourge of the Skyclaves is really bad if you can't proactively set it up. What I mean by that is it's the kind of card that is really great if your opponent is damaging themselves, and it's really great if you get like another threat online that's living, but in that second scenario, you can't. If you have a threat that's online and living, you don't need Scourge of the Skyclaves. And in the first scenario, you can't control your opponent losing life. Uh, So it puts too much power in your opponent's control whether or not that card is relevant. You can adjust that to an extent by playing like aggressive one drops, playing a bunch of lightning bolts, but I think lightning bolt is bad at the moment. And I think that if your game plan is to proactively bolt your opponent to try to turn on Scourge of the Skyclaves, I think that's bad at the moment. Or I think that's bad overall. Like, you shouldn't be playing Scourge if your plan is just like lightning bolt your opponent because you're just going down a card for no value to try to set up another threat that might not even win you the game. Um, and I don't think that Grixis can afford to do that. That being said, I think Scourge is great in like the Rakdos Shadow decks. I think it's okay as like a traverse target in the traverse shadow builds, but I don't think it's a legitimate standalone threat in Grixis Shadow. Let's see, JPod, what's the best sideboard card against humans, or should we just accept it's a bad matchup and not add sideboard cards for it? Depends on your build. Like, if you're playing 4-color, this card's pretty good against humans, but I wouldn't want it in Grixis because of Snapcaster Mage. Uh, we've beaten humans with Grixis several times, so it's not that the matchup is unwinnable by any means. You just really have to get not lucky, but you have to have your stuff line up the right way. Um, but as far as best card in the matchup, I would say like turn 3 Plague Engineer on a pseudo empty board is probably the best card in the matchup. But like that means that you have to stop your opponent from having like turn 1 Champion of the Parish, turn 2 what's it called? Um, Meddling Mage or something like that. Turn 3 Manus Rider. Like, you've got to work to prevent that from being the case. If it's like Noble Hierarch into Auriok Champion, then sure, you got it. But if it's not that, you have to work to clear the board up and then get Plague Engineer down. I think Scourge is just a worse Tarmogoyf in an Uro Omnath field. Right. But the difference is, like, with Tarmogoyf, I can control fetching, Street Wraith, casting instants and sorceries, so that Tarmogoyf can get out on the battlefield. I can play Tarmogoyf out as a 0-1. Like, I am allowed to do these things, but I can't play out Scourge of the Skyclaves unless either my primary game plan is already working, I've already got a threat out on the board, and it's already living and attacking, or my opponent is doing something that I have no control over. So the difference there is like Tarmogoyf, I have control over. It might not be as big, but I can make sure that I can play it out. Um, with Scourge, it's just too many scenarios that I have no control over it. The Titan decks. That's what we were looking at. So against like the Titan field decks, uh, Forte, good job on the challenge. I made 32nd. Nice. Congratulations on the top 32. I hope to do better tomorrow as well. We'll see how it goes. So against the Titan field decks, K Command, Snapcasters are not the greatest in the face of like Bajuka Bog. I've been a little higher on like removing a removal spell, maybe like a stub, something like that. And I would be bringing in Ashiok for sure. Pithing Needle is an idea. It can hit Elvish Reclaimer. It can hit Blast Zone. And then Alpine Moon hits like Field of the Dead, Blast Zone. So something like that. Now, is that good enough to beat the Titan decks? Probably. Like, they're going to have games where it doesn't, but that happens all the time. It's just a matter of do we have a game plan going into the matchup? Against Green White Titan, you got to kill the elf and then polish it with Ashiok, preferably multiple. Yeah, so like that's why I'm leaving in all the pushes. I want the interaction for the turn one elf. Um, Ashiok's great on turn three. Like the best games we can have against the Titan decks typically involve like turn one, kill the elf, turn two, get down a threat, either like Thoughtseize plus Shadow, Scour plus Gurmag Angler, and from turn three on, uh, interact with the hand, interact with the stack. Against Amulet, yeah, against Amulet, I'm cutting like the Dismember, or I'm leaving in Dismember. I'm cutting Fatal Pushes, at least like 3 of them. On the draw, I'm cutting 3 Stubborn Denial and bringing in like K Command. In this shell, it would be like K Command, Ashiok, Pithing Needle, something like that, Alpine Moon. Let's see. What do I think about Radiant Flames? Do you think we could put them in the side in the Bolt's place? It's a possibility. So like Radiant Flames is a solid sweeper effect for sure. The only downside is not hitting Auriok Champion is relevant. So like the extra damage it does is really nice in the matchups like humans. Um, it's a little less relevant against like taxes. Um, but I think that what's it called? Kozilek's Return hits 90 plus percent of the stuff that you want to hit off of Radiant Flames while also hitting Auriok Champion. And that's a pretty big plus for it. So I think if I was deciding between Kozilek's Return and Radiant Flames, I would go with Kozilek's Return. It's not a huge difference, but like the 3 damage off Radiant Flames hits things like the new Archon out of taxes. It hits Reflector Mage, Manus Rider. Um, doesn't hit Burrington Forge Tender, but that's not really a relevant card you care about. But I think everything else, Kozilek's Return hits. It does, well, some of them are conditional. Like you could say, oh, Kozilek's Return doesn't hit a Kitesail Freebooter with a 1/1 counter from Athalia's Lieutenant. Sure, but Kitesail Freebooter doesn't hit a whatever, or Radiant Flames doesn't hit a Kitesail Freebooter with a 1/1 counter from Athalia's Lieutenant plus a Kudra. Like you can always come up with some sort of an exception scenario. Um, and I don't think that's the best way to judge the cards. But Kozilek's Return hitting Auriok Champion, I think, is relevant. Um, found it better than EE. Very good against taxes, humans, devoted deck. Yeah, like I would be okay conceding all of those. Like I think that Radiant Flames is good against all of those. I just think that Kozilek's return hits the things that you care about the most, which is like Auriok Champion, Mirran Crusader. Um, so I think that at least needs to be considered. Um, so we got through the Titan deck, the green-white Titan Field deck. What's the next one? The Rakdos Shadow deck. So, Black-Red Shadow. This is a matchup that I've been kind of wondering about recently. Wondering about what, you might ask? Well, very good question. Let's find out. So, let me pull up the Shadow deck, and I'll kind of show you what I'm thinking here. And I don't have games testing this under my belt, so it's purely theory. But when it comes to the Shadow deck, they've got a few ways to interact with like our creatures. Like they've got a couple fatal pushes in the main, a couple fatal pushes in the board. They don't really go heavy on the removal, or they can't really go super heavy on the removal plan. Um, they just don't have that many removal spells. They can potentially like bolt you out. They can bolt a shadow, but like most of their ability to combat is coming, or fight you is coming inside of combat with like mutagenic growth, Apostle's Blessing, Battle Rage, Dismember, or coming in the form of them just playing out like a Scourge that's probably bigger than most of the things you're playing. So, what if this is a matchup where we need to go as aggressive as possible? Like, we need to be the Battle Rage deck. Because if we sit back and wait between Lurrus and Scourge of the Skyclaves, there's a decent chance that we fall behind. But if we just go pedal to the metal, like we turn them into a bad burn deck, but they don't have the density of burn spells to burn us out most of the time. And I'm wondering if that's the plan we need to go in this matchup. It's like my win rate against this deck has not been good. It was good for a while when they were running like Lava Darts and Soul Scar Mages. But since they've cut them and started adding in more interaction, it's gone downhill. So against the Scourge deck, if I go all in and say I'm the Battle Rage deck, then what's my plan? Cut like some Inquisitions. Maybe cut a Battle Rage. Rainbow had to run out. Where'd we end up? I think we ended up, what, 19th? Something like that. I don't remember. It was outside of top 16, but it was under 20. So somewhere in the, I think it was like 19. So board in like those, or board out something like that, and board in something like that. Get some additional interaction for the cheap dudes. Keep our curve aggressive. Because like playing the control route should theoretically be the answer for us. But the problem is, like, Scourge of the Skyclaves means that they can just have a bunch of hands where They Thoughtseize into Scourge, and we're just really far behind. But maybe neither of these is the right play. Like, maybe we are supposed to play the control route, and we just need to be playing, like, a couple copies of Bloodchief's Thirst or something to kind of slant it our direction. But I figure like Lightning Bolt might give us the Bolt Snap Bolt out, something like that they can't really interact with. But like if we take the control route, then I would say bring in K commands, at least a couple copies of Cling to Dust, and board out like a couple Wraiths, board out both Battle Rages, something closer to this. Can even see like boarding out a Dismember and boarding in the extra Bolt or something just to kill things early. It's like Bolt lets you kill stuff without having to pay a bunch of life. You could also like board out the Wraith and something like that. Or don't board out that, don't do that. Something along those lines. But that would be if we wanted to run a little more heavily on the control route. So I guess my note for that one needs to be the determine control versus aggressor board plan. So that's 4, 5. Let's find like 2 more. What's a matchup? We get like 2 more matchups that people are wanting to see plans for, since we're kind of talking it out. Tron is probably one that we need one or 2 more cards for. Like for boarding out pushes and dismembers, means we've got at least 5 to board out, and we're boarding in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe that's okay. Tails in for Omnath and Urodex. You've been listening to the bench summer plan. We've tried out Tails End on stream, and to me it wasn't impressive. Like I know bench has a lot of success with it, but from my experience, it wasn't good in the matchups that I brought it in against, or it wasn't good when I saw it. And so I'm not going to play a card that I don't have a solid opinion about. Like, it does mean we're certainly going to test it more, but coming up for tomorrow, I want to limit it to cards that, like, I know the effect, I know what I'm looking for when I'm bringing it in, and I just don't want to dilute the game plan with cards that I'm less familiar about. Bench, what did I lose to? Just got back. Lost to Gruul. Won game 1. Game 2, mulled to 3. Game 3, kept a 1-lander on a mull to 6. Stubbed a turn 1 Utopia Sprawl. Turn 2 Serum Visions to look for a second land, and he had a backup Sprawl plus an Arbor Elf. And then it was just like Blood Moon the next turn. I Aether Gusted, didn't find another land, and then he Blood Mooned again. I died with like a Stubborn Denial and a Disdainful Stroke in hand. Like, I think that Tail's End has a lot of utility in the matchups that you want to see it against. I just think that I don't have enough experience of the card to feel comfortable enough bringing it in just yet for a major event. And then, all right, Bench, I'll get your opinion since we've asked everybody else about this Tron match. All right, so my hand against Tron. Let's see if we can kind of formulate out what it was. It was two, three, four, five, six, seven, something like that. So my opening hand, game 3 against Tron. Ramo, the event tomorrow I think starts at like 10:05 Central Standard Time, 10:05 a.m. So approximately 18, 17 and a half hours from now, something like that. All right, opening hand, something like this against Tron. Turn 1, Fetch, Shock, Watery Grave, Inquisition. And I see Natural Tron, so Mine, Power Plant, Tower all in hand. Wormcoil Engine, Thragtusk, Chromatic Star, Chromatic Sphere. So I take the star, pass the turn. My opponent plays Tron Land, Tron Land, Sphere, go. So I'm at 17 life. I might have like double Wraith in my opener, but yeah, I had double Wraith and it cycled into this. Or no, it didn't cycle into this. Single Wraith cycle into this. So I'm at 15 going into my second turn. Is that right? Was that right? Or was No, I had to have had double Wraith. Double Wraith cycled into this. So I was 16, go to 13 for that Inquisition. I go to my second turn and draw something that didn't matter, like Stubborn Denial. Something like that. Against the hand that he currently had out, didn't matter. I know it wasn't a Stubborn... No, it was Serum Visions. That's what I drew into. So draw into Serum Visions, and I've got this hand. I've got 2 lines. Or 3 lines. Option number 1 is Thought Scour myself. If I draw like a fetch land, I can play out a 3/3 Shadow and plan on Watery Graving to a 5/5, Thought Seizing to a 7/7, and attacking next turn. Second option is Thought Seize, Shock, play out a 4/4 Shadow. Third option is Thought Scour myself and play out a Gurmag Angler. The argument for Angler was based on the information in my hand. Gurmag Angler is bigger than the Shadow for next turn's attack. If I draw Thoughtseize, Street Wraith, or Alright, this couldn't have been Serum, and I'll tell you why. If I draw another Thoughtseize, Street Wraith, or a fetch land, Shadow's bigger than the Gurmag Angler next turn. So I decide to Thought Scour myself, draw into Serum Visions. Last card in hand must have been like another Inquisition or something. Draw into Serum Visions, play out my second land, and play Gurmag Angler. Because based on my hand, the Gurmag Angler is going to be bigger than the Shadow next turn. I'd be playing Shadow as a 2/2, Thoughtseizing to make it a 4/4. Gurmag Angler's just a 5/5. So I pass, he plays second Tron land, passes back. I draw for turn, fetch land. Dang. So I hit with a 5/5 Gurmag Angler, Serum Visions, and draw Thoughtseize, Scry, Battle Rage to the top. Play out Shadow as a 4/4. And pass. He plays third Tron land. So this is... I Thoughtseize Wurmcoil. Play out Shadow as a 4/4. So didn't draw Thoughtseize. Drew something. Either way, not... These cards aren't relevant. They didn't do anything. Play out Shadow as a 4/4 with a fetch land out. I've got Battle Rage in hand and Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize on... Or it might have been drawn Thoughtseize. Yeah, we'll go with draw Thoughtseize, Battle Rage on top of the deck. So I'm at 4 life, or 7 life. I'm at 7 life. I know this is so hard to keep up with. Important points. I'm at 7 life. Shadow is a 6/6. Gurmag Angler's a 5/5. My opponent's at 15. They get to untap, play Thragtusk. So they resolve Thragtusk, go back up to 20 life, pass. I draw for turn, and it's something that doesn't matter. Like take command, something that I can't do everything with. And I attack with both the Gurmag Angler and the Shadow. My opponent blocks the Gurmag Angler. Like, if they block the Shadow, they're dead. If they don't block, they're dead. They block the Gurmag Angler. I Battle Rage the Gurmag. And put them down to 4. They make a Thragtusk token. They untap, slam a Karn, exile the Gurmag Angler. I untap, draw something irrelevant, attack at the Karn. They block with a token. I pass. They untap, exile the Shadow, play another Karn, exile land. I untap, draw a Snapcaster with them at 4, pass. They untap, exile land. I flash in Snapcaster. And then they play a Wurmcoil. And I'm just like, alright, I die. The question being, if I had played out the Death Shadow on turn 2, I would have won. Offbeat Hero, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Love to hear what you played with, against. I don't think I saw you in the challenge. Shadow's respectable deck. Good luck. I don't know if I'd call it respectable, but it's a passion piece. We're trying to figure out where we made our mistakes in the challenge. So if we played out the turn 2 Shadow and then Thoughtseize and had the fetch land on turn 3, we would have won on turn 4. But it's because we got bodied by... Or it's because we got... bodied by drawing the fetch land that Shadow, or playing out the Gurmag Angler was worse than the Shadow. If we had played out the Shadow, we would have won. Since we played out the Gurmag, which is bigger because of known information, we ended up losing since we drew the fetch land. Would you have played out the Shadow with a blind draw off the top of your deck to try to draw a fetch land, and it had to be a fetch land to make that Shadow better than Gurmag Angler? For that next turn's attack, I mean. Tried taxes, and we got bodied. Too much unfair shit going on. Understand that completely. There's a lot of really sketchy decks running around. Like, we played against multiple Blink decks, an Abzan Blink deck with Wasteland Strangler. We played against Gruul, Tron. You would play Gurmag. Okay, so we're on the same line of thinking. I played out the Gurmag because, based on known information, the Gurmag was attacking for more that next turn. But in hindsight, and everybody in chat saying, like, play the Shadow, it's got the higher upside. But, and ironically, like I said, if we had played the Shadow, we would have won that match. But it's because we drew exactly fetch land. Nothing else would have done it. Like, Street Ray Thoughtseize wouldn't have done it. It had to be 2 points of power higher than the Gurmag Angler to make that attack over 2 turns lethal. So, glad to know I'm not crazy here. Alright, so for everybody coming in from Offbeat Heroes stream, thank you so much for stopping by. For those of you who don't know, my name's Michael. Play a ton of Death Shadow on the stream, a whole lot of Modern, and just believe that Death Shadow is like one of the most fun and rewarding archetypes in all of Magic. So love to cast some shadows, annoy some opponents here and there. But we're kind of talking through some of the sideboard plans for some of the matchups that we saw today in the challenge and some of the ones we're expecting to see tomorrow. So if you got opinions and would love to chime in on the argument, we'd love to hear what you have to say. Before anybody asks, this is not necessarily the sideboard that I'm running tomorrow. This is just me theory crafting through some of these cards and seeing if they're worth bringing in because they might have a slot. Freed, I wouldn't play Alpine Moon. Seems easy to answer with Blast Zone and EE. Right, so like, it depends on what we're targeting in the matchup. Like, against Eldrazi, or against Eldrazi Tron, I want to stop Blast Zone. Against normal Tron, I want to shut off Tron because it just buys myself a turn or two. And against like the Titan decks, I want to shut off Field of the Dead. But Alpine Moon lets you play out proactively, which is a big deal. So, still kind of on the fence. I try to play tomorrow, but must concede on third and fourth match because I need to bring my kid to his piano lesson. How are you going to play and have to concede 2 matches? That's so rough. But yeah, the idea of Alpine Moon is just stopping like some of these problematic lands. Blast Zone, Field of the Dead. It is a free event. That's like half the reason I'm playing. Maybe I get paired against you round 3 and just get the free win. But it stops Field of the Dead, Blast Zone, Tron lands, random things like that. So it's an idea. It's kind of the same thing with Pithing Needle. Like, you could stop... it also stops Mystic Sanctuary. But Pithing Needle being able to stop like some of the problematic planeswalkers, stop Blast Zone, Aether Vial. There's another big one that I was thinking about earlier. But again, just ideas, things for us to at least consider. We don't want to say like, oh no, that's bad before even talking about why it's bad. That would defeat the purpose of the entire stream. So matchups people wanted to see. Somebody said Uro. Who said Uro? Sinar. So the Uro decks, I kind of went over that one, but let's say like the 4-color Uro deck, um, there's a bit of a difference if it's Bant based or Sultai based. Um, it's not huge most of the time, but at least relevant. Against like the Bant based decks, K command's a lot worse than it is against the Sultai based decks. Like having your stuff get exiled, obviously pretty relevant. Uh, Battle Rage is bad. Dismember is bad. I'm usually expecting Uros, so I'm like gonna or Omnath, so I'm gonna leave in like a push, but I don't want to board or I don't want to have that many things that I'm boarding in. I'll board out like one Angler because between Path, Celestial Purge, 3 mana Teferi, like getting this off the board and nuking your yard is pretty rough. Disputes and Ashiok coming in. Cling to Dust for sure coming in. And then this is kind of where I'm trying to figure out some of these last side slots. Against like Bant, I would do something like that. Against Sultai, basically the same, but K command gets a lot more valuable. So I might like keep in the other Gurmag Angler. Uh, K command is go back. Mystical Dispute's a lot worse. Basically, Mystical Dispute's a lot worse. K command's a lot better. Something like that against the Sultai decks. Yeah, something like that. Because Sultai is going to be leaning more on like push and abrupt decay, Assassin's Trophy. So getting your stuff back off K command is reasonable. But the Bant decks are leaning on like bouncing your stuff, exiling it. So K command getting stuff back from the yard is basically dead. Steven, how's the day been? We finished up the challenge at 5-2, good for 19th place. I think it was 19th. Our 2 losses were to Game 3 against Tron, and it was a weird finish, but Bench is in agreement uh, of my plays there, so I don't feel so bad. And then the other loss was to Yama Killer playing Gruul. Um, Sadly, you only saw the losses. Gee, thanks. There's so many of them. Yeah, that one. Then the Mold 3 and the Game 3 that just like didn't line up the way we wanted it to, but happens. I think I probably could have mold that 6 in Game 3, but like I could have found a better 5, but I was just so shell shocked after that mold 3 Game 2 that I didn't want to mull again. Yeah, like I'm not complaining about the top 32 there. We get our list published for that, but top 8 is certainly better than top 32. But we're just trying to figure out where some of these sideboard games are needing to come from. I mean, like, I've had some challenge top 8s, so I'm not concerned about getting back there right away. But what was there any matchup besides the Uro one? Oh, we talked about Tails End. Sure. Like, Tails End is definitely one you could bring in for the Uro matchups, or Uro Omnath Tron matchups. The issue I have with Tails End is against like the Uro decks, just countering an Uro is not really worth it because they're going to be able to get the Uro back. It's like getting the Uro gone after it hits the graveyard is a way better strategy of dealing with Uro. Like Thoughtseize it out of hand, then exile it, something like that. Um, you can counter like a single Field of the Dead zombie. You can stifle a fetch land, which would be kind of funny. You can counter Teferi or Jace, but like you've already got Stubborn Denial and like Mystical Dispute that are doing those things. Against Tron, you can counter the big payoffs like Karn and Ugin. Um, you can counter a Blast Zone activation, but I think the Tails End still loses to all the things that like the rest of your deck loses to. Like you might lose to Blast Zone occasionally, but you're not losing to Blast Zone consistently. What you're losing consistently to is like Wormcoil, and Tails End doesn't stop Wormcoil. Obviously, Stubborn Denial doesn't either, but I don't think I'm really in the market for a 2-mana 5th Stubborn Denial, is what I'm trying to say. Let's see. Are there any other matches? Let me pull up my handy dandy cheat sheet. Y3 Kling. Let's see. I heard there's not a lot of apparition this challenge. I think we faced two. I think two apparition decks. We faced an Abzan Blink deck and a Bant Blink deck that were both running apparitions, and I think those were the only two. But if apparition is having a down day or a down week, year, whatever, then I feel a little bit better. Why the 3 Kling? So I was toying around with the idea of what if I play uh, a sideboard full of like 2s and 3 ofs, like no 1 ofs. Obviously, just looking at numbers when you ask about like the 4th stub in the board and the 1 pithing needle, whatever. But what if I'm playing like 3 copies of these cards that I can bring in multiple matchups just to make the sideboard a little more consistent? Like if I want to more consistently see some of these effects. And Cling to Dust was one of the ones like, all right, I can bring in Cling to Dust against Oops All Spells. I can bring it in against Burn, Prowess, Jund, the Mirror. Uh, yeah, Burn, Jund, Prowess, Oops All Spells, Dredge, Jund, the Mirror, Uro, the Jeskai decks. Just like, is this something that I want to be actively bringing in? Like, is it doing enough in those matchups to warrant a sideboard slot? And the answer is I don't know. But it's a card that is extremely versatile and the effect is pretty powerful in those matchups. So I at least wanted to consider it. That spot could also be like 3 copies of Nihil Spellbomb. It could be 3 copies of Lantern, Soul Guide Lantern, 3 copies of Surgical Extraction, whatever. It's just 3 copies of a Grave Hate spell. God, voice giving out. 3 copies of a Grave Hate spell that I also has the also believe has a lot of upside in its usefulness against like burn and prowess to help you stabilize a little bit. So that was kind of the reasoning for the 3 copies of Cling to Dust. But I can feel my voice giving out. So I'm going to send everybody over to Trellin, who's currently playing some Tron, some good modern Tron. So I hope everybody sticks around, jumps over there, and sends some love from the channel. Thank you all so much for hanging out today. I'm going to upload this video shortly. Should be live pretty soon. But I'm going to keep toying around with this sideboard, try to come up with a good plan for tomorrow. And yes, we are going to stream the Zendikar Rising Championship or Modern Championship tomorrow. So if you get a chance, feel free to come hang out again for that. Definitely be looking forward to it. We're going to try to come up with some sort of spicy tech to play for the day. But it's probably going to be with Grixis Shadow again. We had a really good showing today, and I'd like to continue to explore this archetype. Um, but I guess that is it. Again, thank y'all for coming and hanging out. If you haven't hit the follow button yet, feel free to hit it. Lets you know whenever you go live, so you can come hang out and check out some of the sweet chat, the sweet content, the sweet commentary, and all the great individuals hanging out in the chat with us. So hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Saturday. Stay safe. Happy Halloween. Enjoy the holiday. Uh, don't do anything dangerous tonight. And I will see y'all tomorrow if you come hang out.